Yes, please. All right. What is up, everybody? Welcome. I hope you have enjoyed our countdown there. That is to get you guys into the room. And Eunice felt strongly that it will give you guys a chance to bond. But I think just as a way so that nobody misses the beginning of the episode, that is a good thing. So always, always, always incredibly honored that you guys are joining us. So thank you for being here. We really are trying to settle on 8 a.m. Pacific time, but because Lisa and I use the same set, it can be tricky. So she has a shoot today, which is precisely why we had to start early. And I know the team here. Eunice, somebody noticed. So
two people
I
noticed.
assure you, we did not do it on purpose.
Matchy,
but
matchy.
nonetheless,
Nobody called me this morning.
there was
though.
something
That's cool.
in the air.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Do you have something of this color?
I like
didn't
green.
pick up on
I
it.
wear green.
This color though, specific, like or
Specific.
like
iced
brat
him out.
green.
We iced him out, everybody. It's terrible. It's terrible. This is one of my favorite sweatshirts. I got this in Tokyo, so I will forever have a soft spot. But I have a way of ruining anything that isn't black, which is part of why I wear so much dark clothing. Because over time, this thing will collect so many stains. I'm very sad. So anyway, welcome everybody. I am excited to have you guys here. We've got a full docket today, and we are going to be running a bit more of a show format here during the live as a test. We will see if it works or not. Also, we're going to be branching out and not I think we're over indexing on political stuff. It is a weird moment, so it's going to be hard not to, but going out and into the broader world of like what was going on with Ian Carroll on the Joe Rogan show is pretty interesting to me in terms of conspiracy corner, all the things in the world. So we want to know what are some broader topics that you guys want to see us cover. It needs to be within our universe for sure, but we want to know. So let us know, guys, what, if anything, has made your radar since our last episode that you guys want to talk about. We are here for that. As you saw in the intro, we have our own list of things that we're going to be covering today, including Destiny reacting to our our previous interview. So that'll be interesting. I haven't seen it yet, so I will be intrigued.
This will be a live
to
reaction.
see what our man has to say.
Reaction.
We will find out, everybody, but I'm here for it. So there's no way that you can put your thoughts out into the universe and not expect somebody to clap back on what they think. So that'll be interesting to see. So yeah, I'm intrigued. Drew, what do you got for us?
All right. So I kind of want to start with
I'm so sorry to do this to you since I literally just asked, but we've got to address the super chat issue.
Oh yeah, super chat, guys.
So we are, first of all, we're listening chat. So we care very much about what you guys are saying and what you think. On the super chat thing, what we're going to be doing right now is we are going to run an experiment. Everything in my life falls into what I call the physics of progress. So you have a hypothesis about how you're going to get where you want to get to. So what is our aim? Our aim is to have a thriving chat. You guys feel good. You're here. You enjoy being here. We are able to see what things you guys think are most important so that we can respond to that stuff. At the same time, obviously, the show is a self-sustaining economic engine. It must be that. So I'm certainly not bashful about generating money from the show. That is one of the things that we must accomplish. So we hear the feedback from you guys that the super chats were creating a way for people to game the system and that they would just drip out these small amounts to basically hijack chat. So what we're going to do is keep the portion of the show where super chats at any price can come in to a specific time period, probably not the first hour, probably the second hour. So we will see. That's what we're going to do today. During the second hour, we'll do a super chat section. So don't do a random super chat now because we're just going to collect it until that time and you may or may not still be here. So hold your super chats till then, unless they hit a threshold of $20. So if you want to interrupt me now, we're hoping, because we're very okay with 0 super chats coming in. But if you feel so strongly that you've got to interrupt me, you've got to get your thing read right now in the sort of non-super chat portion of the show, then that threshold is $20. If it's $19.99 or less, it is going to get aggregated, and we will wait to acknowledge it for the second hour. All right, we will see. If you guys hate it, then we'll run a different experiment. But that's what we're going to try now, and then we'll see how it plays. All right, Drew, with that. And by the way, I am very okay with people not liking a test. So if you guys hate it, but we're in the middle of the test, just know we will keep running the test. But please do let us know what you think. But when I set a rule, that's that. And so that will be today's rule. And we will see how it goes over time. And no, not Taiwan dollars. These are USD. Okay, Drew. Now this time I won't interrupt.
Okay, I kind of want to start with Ian Carroll on Joe Rogan. And I'm going to just lay a blanket statement out of there. A lot of his claims were unfounded. A lot of his claims ended up being it's the J word. But I think that it's interesting to see that line between we should give people a platform to talk about these different and unique ideas that are not being covered in mainstream media. And then the Pizzagate was real, 9/11 was an inside job, conspiracy theory, conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that there is like, ethical is probably the wrong word, but do you think that there should be a line of like some of these claims need to be founded, or should it just be if I have a big enough platform, I should be able to say what I have to say?
Well, I don't think it should be measured by platform at all. So I think anybody should be able to say what they have to say within the confines of what the Supreme Court has ruled on in terms of the First Amendment. But I literally, to the core of my existence, believe that the First Amendment is one of the most important pieces of the Constitution. People need to be able to say basically anything. The reason you need that is it is way too easy for the government to manipulate you. It's way too easy for anybody to manipulate you, including the people who are coming on with a conspiracy to confuse or whatever it is that they're trying to do to psyop you. Let's just put it in those terms. The drum that I beat all the time is people will continue to do things like that to manipulate the public because it works. Given that manipulation works, you have to let people say what they believe is true. Now, that creates a door for people to lie to you intentionally. But if you close that door, first of all, the only way to do it is authoritarian top-down rule, which always ends in violence or imprisonment. Same thing. So because identifying what is true is so difficult, if you don't allow people to debate ideas in the public square, to say the most outrageous shit, to spark debate, to get people to think, you're in a very dangerous zone where we're not going to be able to navigate. I think Jordan Peterson has the right read on this. Speaking is thinking. Thinking is the way to run an experiment without having to put yourself at risk. So if you have a terrible idea and that idea puts you in some sort of grave danger, which some ideas certainly will, if you have to enact it in order to figure out whether it's true, you're in dire straits. So part of the reason that I seek out people that are being critical of me in the comments, part of the reason that I'm eager to hear what Destiny has to say is it is entirely possible that Destiny's going to, or anybody is going to help me see that I have been viewing something wrong. Same with Ian Carroll, same with Joe Rogan, same with insert your favorite conspiracy theorist here. I need to be able to see people that think that I'm viewing the world incorrectly. If I believe, me as a governmental agency, I mean, insert power person here, if anybody believes that they have accurately mapped the world and they want to insist that the world hears only what they believe to be the accurate map, the odds of them eventually driving you off a cliff border on 100%, because nobody has accurately mapped the world. If they had, they would be able to predict the outcome of their actions with 100% accuracy, which obviously nobody gets even remotely close to that. And so the best thing that we've come up with is the free debate of ideas. Now, during COVID, when I saw Brett Weinstein, say what you will, but he is somebody that has the ability to think through some of the most complex biological issues of our time. And he was told to shut up, that he was breaking a narrative that was putting people in danger, only to find out later that there were a lot of things that he was right about. Will he be right about everything? No. Do I even turn to him to be right about it? No. I turn to him to ask questions that will allow me to form my own opinion. So I think that is obscenely important.
Also, I think the takeaway from the interview for me was he agreed with my Epstein files, Tate, that it's going to be redacted. They're not going to actually release him. His reason was because it points that Epstein was secretly a Jewish mole from like Israel, and he was probably one of the sex trafficker that was able to orchestrate a lot of these conspiracy theories that deal with 9/11 and some of the other things that deal with like the pedophilia sex ring.
Are you talking about Brett or Ian?
Ian.
Got it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yes, I'm still on Ian Carroll. But I think that there is this a wave of like, we're not really going to get the Epstein files that we think we're going to get. Like, it's not just going to be.
Why do you think that's true, though? Will they be stopped by the FBI? That seems to be what's happening right now. Kash Patel in his own organization is unable to get them to give the documents. Pam Bondi is saying that there were thousands of documents that were not handed over. This is why you need freedom of speech, because you have people actively trying to subvert the American people's interaction with the truth. And so if you know that people will work overtime to hide things from you, to obfuscate, to control a narrative, then it's like, okay, you're going to further complicate that by saying that there are certain things that people can't talk about. Yeah. It's like, this is how you derange people. Okay, this is what I predict is going to happen with the Destiny thing. That Destiny, this is a prediction, so we'll see if it comes true. Destiny is trying to, almost certainly as a base assumption that he has not pulled into the light of his own conscious mind, looks at everybody as you're on a team. That because I voted for Trump, that means that I now want to support everything that Trump does, versus saying, there was a reason that I voted for Trump, which I can very easily articulate. There was a reason I didn't vote for Kamala Harris, which I can very easily articulate. Now he's in office, and I'm going to say, well, I know what my goal is the things that he's doing actually moving us towards that goal? Now, if I simply try to say, I had a hypothesis about the outcome that I was going to get and therefore voted for Trump, but now I'm not getting it, why would I double down? Like, I don't understand that. People think that I'm on a team. That is a nonsensical way to view the world. The only way, and so Drew often will come to me and say, hey, I want you to do a scripted video about a complex topic. I resist doing them because they're very hard to write. But when I find one where I'm like, okay, this really matters, it's like we were talking about an extended article or a mini book where it's like, okay, this is something I would want someone to bring me on their podcast to talk about. I could write one of those videos about the way that I think, which I'll just round to the physics of progress. When you view me through the lens of somebody who's playing on a political team, I won't make any sense. There will be no predictive validity through viewing me through that lens. The only lens with which to view me is to say, okay, Tom has a goal that he has stated, and now everything is a hypothesis about how we get to that goal. And anything that doesn't have predictive validity, like for instance, Trump in the way that he's doing tariffs right now, and this is why we brought on a tariff expert, and that episode's coming out sometime soon, I believe, was not so that he could validate Trump's actions for me, which would be nonsensical. It's so that he can help me figure out if the way that Trump is doing these things in an incredibly complex system is actually going to work. And if they're going to work, great. If they're not going to work, then we need to know that so that we can pressure, in the way that any of us can, the administration to make better decisions. So anybody who's like, well, I fought for Trump to get elected, and therefore I'm going to try to defend every idea that he has, that is nonsensical. That is somebody whose invisible goal, or possibly stated goal, is simply my team must win. And the more that I view politics, the more I realize, James Burnham, that this is just my team must win. And this is lying and spinning in order to obtain and maintain power. But because all I'm trying to do is reach a desired end state, I steer completely differently. So anyway, I seek disconfirming evidence. I always want to sharpen my thinking. I will argue back if I think that somebody's wrong, meaning wrong in that I don't think that their belief system is going to get us where I'm trying to end up. Yeah. And because so often people do not state the goal that they are trying to achieve, then we can't validate whether their hypothesis, which will make a prediction, is actually going to lead us to that outcome. So anyway, the thing that I predict, again, not having seen it yet, is that Destiny's words will make the most sense when you think of him as somebody that believes Democrats should be in power and that isn't looking policy by policy, or that believes that I think Trump can do no wrong. That will have no predictive validity with the way that I think.
But you understand where that assumption comes from, because there are people who Trump is the perfect president. Well, he did this. Well, that's because, and they will do mental gymnastics, verbal gymnastics, whatever they could do to always paint Trump in a positive light.
Yes, and the reason they do that is the human mind seeks heuristics. All right, fancy word. Heuristics just means a rule of thumb. I need a way to know how to think. The world is very complicated. I have to make a lot of decisions. I don't want to think through all of this. So I'm either red team or blue team, and now just tell me how to think. And this is exactly why I hated the Democrats having an exact speech that they were all reading. When you don't have an ability to solve novel problems because you do not understand how the world connects, so you don't understand how the world works, all you can do is hope to follow. If you are following, even if you're really good at following, you cannot solve a novel problem. Now, a novel problem is a problem not that you've never seen before, that nobody's ever seen before. And in a world as complicated and rapidly moving as ours is, you have to be able to solve novel problems. The only way to solve novel problems is to think up from first principles. Now, first principles will often lead you to startling conclusions. It is much more difficult. It forces you oftentimes to literally start at physics. But if you start at physics and reason your way up, you get outside of the box of frame of reference that people will try to trap you in. So being a Democrat, being a Republican is a box. It is a frame of reference. It is a rule of thumb that allows you to make very quick decisions, but not necessarily efficient decisions or useful decisions. And so again, if people can, instead of looking at me through the lens of, oh, he's playing a team sport, they go, oh, this is a guy that's obsessed with efficiency of reaching a stateable end goal. Then I will make sense. Other than that, it's nonsensical. And I am so fiendish about that worldview because the mansion in which we are recording this episode brought to you by Thinking from First Principles. So I've seen the way that it radically altered my life. I did not come from money. So for me to figure that game out and be like, okay, wait, how did I get here? Oh shit, I got here through a principle of thinking that has a name. It's a thing that can be replicated. And once you understand that, me getting on camera, me talking about this stuff is all because I know that that set of ideas works for anyone who's willing to deploy it. Skills have utility. Like that's my obsession. And if I can get people to embrace that idea and then run and do this thing in their own life, the world will be a better place. Now, look, I understand humans en masse, they're just not going to do it, and that's okay. I'm a filtering mechanism for a set of ideas that have proven themselves time and time again, not only in my life, but in countless. Every time innovation happens and we take a step forward, it is a result of the scientific method, which when recontextualized for business or your life, I call the physics of progress.
Do we want to go to a breakdown of the physics of progress? I feel like you talk about the physics of progress a lot, but every time we talk about it, somebody then says, "Hey, can you just break it down for me very simply?" So I'm gonna say, let's break it down for that one person who's going to say that in the chat.
Okay,
we need a
wait
link,
a second.
We need a
Brutus?
link to like an infographic.
We can certainly do that, but hold on, do not scroll off Brutus because I sense somebody. This is so interesting. Brutus, I don't know how to reconcile your comment. Tom does a ton of mental gymnastics in order to make Trump make sense. Let me say it very clearly. I don't know that Trump makes sense. Okay? I don't know that Trump makes sense. So I'm certainly not trying to do mental gymnastics to make Trump make sense. What I'm trying to do are thought experiments so that I can be held accountable to figure out if my interpretation of what's happening makes sense or not. So every time you have a hypothesis, it makes a prediction. What I'm trying to do is plant a flag and say, if Trump is doing this, I think it will have this consequence so that I can find out if it actually had that consequence or not. I'm going to be much more useful from predictive validity in the future, certainly about Trump, by saying this is what I expect to happen if he's thinking this way. But if he's thinking this way, then I would expect this to happen. And then you watch it play out. One of two things will come true. You will realize, oh, I was right about the way that he was thinking here, and thusly it yielded this outcome. Or I go, ooh, Trump, when he talks like this, is actually trying to bamboozle you. He's trying to obfuscate something. And so when he says these words, I need to realize that what he means is something over here. I am actively trying to map what Trump is thinking so that I can find out based on the outcomes that are yielded, whether my interpretation of him was right and whether his beliefs about what would happen actually end up happening. I am beginning to realize, holy fuck, my whole life as a person on camera is going to be about getting people to understand you get trapped by a frame of reference, all of us. But my whole thing is you can get out of it, but you must seek disconfirming evidence. You must hold yourself accountable to, I believed this is what was happening. I believe that based on that, this is the outcome. I'm checking for fucking predictive validity. I am not checking to see if I'm always right. I already know the answer to that. I am wrong a lot. So this is about navigating the utility of recognizing where you went wrong so that you can increase the predictive validity of what you think the next time. Not to be on a team, not to be right. Why do I do that? Because I want to achieve my goals. I want to achieve my goals. Okay. Physics of progress. This is, I will make the most sense to people. I will make the most sense to people, Drew, if they believe the following things about me. I don't trust myself to be right. I don't trust my emotions. I think they often lead me astray. There is a path that can be known that will take you to a desired end state, but you're likely to not see the actual high-functioning path well. You need people to tell you where you're going wrong in order to correct course to get to the desired end state. To get to a desired end state, there is almost no way to bat 1,000. This is why Elon's rockets blow up until they figure out why they're blowing up, and each time they get a little bit better. That is quite literally the physics of progress. So the rocket blowing up is how we all think. Okay, Destiny was convinced that Kamala Harris was going to get elected. She didn't. Now, hopefully, he's updating his mental map like crazy. Even if I don't agree with the idea of team sports, if you're going to play a team sport, you want to update your mental map like crazy. Okay, the thing that I thought was going to happen didn't happen. How do we get better? What do we do next time? Cool. So I don't trust my own thinking. I don't trust my emotions, but I know that there is a path that will lead to my desired end state. I must seek disconfirming evidence in order to get there. And most importantly, that there are people that are trapped by the frame of reference that they've been handed, and their lives will be demonstrably worse because they are trapped in that frame of reference. And their lives could be demonstrably better if they found a more useful way of thinking. Okay, now I have put my money where my fucking mouth is. So I had a freakishly successful company, and yet it was built on me partnering at the employee level with former drug dealers, sometimes current, former gang members, sometimes current, people that have done really bad things in their life, but because I actually believe it doesn't matter who you are today, it matters who you want to become and the price you're willing to pay to get there, I created opportunities for people, even if they had felony convictions. Why would I do that? Because I actually believe that people can do extraordinary things with their lives based on a set of ideas. That ideas are the box. It's more complicated than that, but to simplify, the box that you're in is a set of beliefs and values married to your biology. And people get stuck. And so once you understand I'm screaming into the void because I have just through a whole bunch of weird coincidences, I found myself constantly interacting with people that grew up in the worst zip codes in America. And you watch them be very smart, very loving, and going nowhere fast.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go, wait. My life, while never brutalized to that extent, was going nowhere fast. And a set of ideas completely changed the course of my life. So imagine for a second that I actually believe that you can help people. Now, all the things that I just laid out, plus if I can get people not to believe that I'm clever or I'm special, if I can just get them to believe that there is a method of thinking that will allow you to step outside of whatever box your parents gave you, your culture gave you, whatever, and that your life will be demonstrably better, that will have higher predictive validity. I may be tilting at windmills, and this is why you hear me say you have to give up on adults. But yet I come here and I do this because I cannot stop myself, because I know that 2% of people really will change. That is the right level of analysis for how I think. Okay, you want me to actually explain the physics of progress.
Hold on, before we go there, because I think what everybody's getting kind of held up right now is...
Yes, please.
As you're interpreting, as you put two thoughts out there, let's say thought one is Harris, thought two is Trump, right?
Yep.
You had to make some type of mental deductions to say, okay, I'm going to end up on Trump's, I'm going to vote for Trump.
I was going to say, how dare you? You were about to say Trump's team.
I'm going to say Trump's side. I'm going to end up voting for Trump.
Yep.
So if you could just walk us through what was the 1, 2, 3-step process that you took when both candidates were on that ballot and you said, okay, how am I going to approach my voting decision specifically for this year?
Yep.
Because historically you voted for like Democrats and stuff like that.
Historically, I didn't vote.
Historically, you didn't vote. That's even more interesting.
Yeah.
So let's talk through those things. And how did you come to that decision that this is why I ended up checking the check mark for Trump versus the check mark for Harris?
Okay, there are two boxes that contain the vast majority of my thinking for the election. Mm-hmm. One is I am terrified of authoritarian rule in a way that is hard to express. And when I look at the Democratic messaging as of the 2024 election, they were authoritarian from top to bottom. They have been running blue states in an authoritarian fashion forever. They wanted people silenced. They were saying the craziest shit about the First Amendment being a problem and like, this is how we're creating issues. We can go back and pull some of the clips. Dude, it was legitimately terrifying to me. I have told people a number of times, the 4 books, if you read them, you'll be like, holy fuck. Like, you absolutely cannot allow this to happen. It is top-down authoritarian rule is bad, always and forever. It will never work. And I get that it can have short-term advantages, but the long-term devastation that it reaps is so terrifying. Okay, so Tom, level of analysis, the individual is the right place. I'm not a collectivist. So anything that is curtailing the rights of the individual, remember, what drives me is innovation. So one of my biggest North Stars is that innovation will set people free. Innovation is the thing that has made, this is not I wonder if it will work. Innovation is the thing that has stopped us from being killed by microbes, stopped us from being killed by large predators. Like, the story of humans is the story of a brain that gets so big that we are able to solve novel problems. And, by the way, that we pass things on at the layer of culture. And the left was asking me to lie about all of it. Do we have a $20 super chat?
We do.
Even that can't break people's will? All right, well, let's go.
Dalton Bloodgood with a $20 super chat. Dalton says, Brutus was just gaslighting you. Have a bloody good day. Tom, love your stuff. You're a huge inspiration to me and my business. If you still have space in your skilling program, I'd love to be a part of it.
Dalton said, forget what y'all talking about. I'm trying to get paid.
Dalton said, I'm here for one reason and one reason only, baby.
Let's
to
go.
scale.
Well, first of all, Dalton, thank you very much. I don't know if we have any space available left. But if you reach out, and Eunice will get you the link, if you reach out, we'll connect with Will, who runs the program, and we will find out if there are any spaces available. But thank you, man, and I'm beyond honored that the ideas that I shove into the world are useful to your business. That means a lot. I appreciate it. Okay, so that's one. Box one is authoritarian rule. I think they think it works. I think they really do still to this day want to control the narrative. I've been very clear about my fears on that. Box two is economic. I understand. I'm going to say something spicy that people aren't going to like, but
let's get spicy this morning.
Here we go. Just when I heard Kamala Harris talk about, and trust, this is one of many things, but to make this easy to talk about, I will just point to this one because it was the one where I was like, nope, hard pass. Like, this is disqualifying to a degree that I can't overstate. When she talked about taxing unrealized gains, okay, remember innovation, that's my whole shtick. Unrealized gains is not real. They're not real money. So now you're being taxed on money you don't actually have, which forces you to sell the thing that was theoretically generating those profits, which will tank the value of that thing. Mm-hmm. So guys, this would be like if you had to sell your house in order to pay the property tax. What the actual fuck? That is so retarded. All capital letters. And so for me, if somebody came out and said, listen, guys, you absolutely, you have to be able to rape your wife. You just have to be able to. You're married. And if sometimes you got to rape them, it just is what it is. And to make good on the marriage contract, you have to be able to rape your wife. I'd be like, what the fuck? Disqualify hard. I'm not going to listen to anything else you say. Like that is a level of absurd that done. Sorry, no matter what else, I cannot vote for you. Okay, so that's where we were at the election. Then you've got Trump, who was getting the most innovative humans alive today, aligned with him, around him. You had RFK, who I wanted to win for president, who would have had my vote if he had been on the ballot.
That's what I voted for. He was on the ballot. Third party, though.
Yeah, I mean, if they had let him run properly, he wasn't on the ballot in all 50 states. So I knew he was not going to win, and I did not want to put forward a protest vote. Mm-hmm. So anyway, he was extending an olive branch, saying, hey, we're going to do something with this guy. We're going to make America healthy again. Obviously, given my background, I don't think it will surprise anybody that I'm big on health. So he's got Trump. He's not Trump. He's got Elon. He's got David Sachs. He's got Howard Lutnick. Like literally the most successful living people all gathered around him. And I just thought, yeah, I think from an economic standpoint, from an authoritarian standpoint, or not being authoritarian, this is our guy. Okay, he gets elected. He's in office. Now I start going, he's flirting with, well, hey, if people want me to run for a third term, then, I'm sure, who would I be to turn it down? Now my spidey senses go off for what's known as Bonapartism. And I'm like, okay, now I'm on watch with, is this motherfucker going to be the guy that leads us down a totalitarian path? So just because I voted for him, if he's not taking me where I want to go, I'm going to be like, hey, motherfucker, I do not feel any, I don't know if people expect like that I would have a sense of obligation to myself, that I have to justify why I voted for him. I would vote for him again because I don't see any change in the Democratic Party. But if you don't expect me to go, don't like the way that you're saying that, don't like, the tariff thing gets more complicated, but I'm super skeptical of the way that he is so brash on the international stage that he's now playing a game of chicken. I don't trust myself to see clearly enough how deeply complex this all is to see how it's going to play out well. So I go into the physics of progress and I say, okay, I'm going to plant a flag and say, if he's doing these things, I expect this outcome as a way to hold myself accountable. Not so that I can be like, I was wrong, so that I can hold, or worse, I was right, motherfucker, see, I told you. Which it is inevitable that I'm going to say both of those over time, which is not the thing I want people over investing in. What I'm trying to do is update my thinking so the next time I am more clearly thinking. so that I have higher predictive validity. Okay. What other people seem to do, and it is mental illness, Drew, because it is so nonsensical, that they would rather have shorthand for all the decisions that they need to make about this very complicated world by just saying, I'm blue, I'm red, than to say, I've got to understand how the world connects. I have to understand how all of these pieces connect. This is why I'm so feverish about making sure that the First Amendment gets protected. I need to understand how the world actually works because there are huge consequences. Ipso facto. I'll stop there. But I love, chat, please, for the love of God. The thing that will help me most is just understanding the things you guys are not hearing, we're not aligning on. I'm trying to say the words, but as I have learned in my marriage, you can say one thing, but the other person hears something entirely differently. It helps me a lot when you guys are like, that doesn't make any sense for this reason. And then I can go either, oh, you actually do understand what I'm saying and really just don't think it makes sense, or no, that's not what I'm fucking saying. Yeah. So it will give me that chance, which would be unbelievable. Inagamu! Galimera! G, my man. That's a lie. That's a lie. You know. Oh. Baby, can I just take a second? And this is a hard derail from what we were talking about. Don't say that. That would be lovely. Here, chat. First of all, I know this is a hard left. The world has nothing better to offer you than to be in a loving relationship. Now, the key is when I see my wife out of the corner of my eye, I have a very strong emotion. A very strong positive emotion. I want that for all of you guys. Now, there are paths to that, as you know, how I think through this stuff. But god damn, we've been married for 22 and a half years. We've been together for almost 24. All these years later, Drew, still feels awesome.
Beautiful.
It's wonderful. All right.
So hello and goodbye. I literally just woke up. I'm going to go to the gym. Hi, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Inaga. Well, it's wonderful.
We're matching. I didn't even realize.
Look at that. Drew.
Everybody had green. And nobody.
We all had that vibe.
You didn't get the message, Drew.
I don't know what it is.
It was all behind the scenes. We had the secret Slack channel.
We gotta get him into it next time, chat. We gotta get him into it. All right. Chat is saying hello, my love. Relationships are the best. OG Shay, you are correct. Drew didn't get the memo.
Lisa, what's the workout today?
Hello, love.
What's the workout? So I actually right now am working out to the moon cycle, which sounds super woo-woo, but bear with me. It does. Are you woo-woo?
Well,
she's a moon cycle person.
Oh, are you? So here's the thing. I don't know how much is too much to tell me if your audience gets deep.
Oh, no, please.
Oh, well, so I haven't had a period for over 10 years because I've had massive health issues. When you don't have a period, you don't know what cycle you're on. So instead of that, you actually go to the moon because that's the closest you can get to replicating a cycle.
Not literally to the moon, chat. Don't clip that out.
So what I do now is I start to rotate. So there's high carb days when I'm crushing it in the gym and I'm lifting heavy weights. And then there's other days that I eat low carb and I go very easy at the gym. Nice. But I'm trying to figure out how to go easy at the gym because that doesn't come naturally to me. So I'm going to do, to answer your question, shoulders today. I love shoulders.
Shoulders. Let's go.
To the moon.
Right.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys.
I saw a comment go by from Locke. I think that's how you say his name. It has an E, but I'm going to go with Locke. Yeah, Locke, I believe you. I have no doubt. So I don't know if for some reason when you say, so don't go there, I don't know what you mean by that. Love is still awesome. By all means, get it from your kids. I'm here for that. Like, yay. I just want love in your life, man. I am here for it. Now, Drew, talk about planting a flag. I will tell you right now, in the coming years, there is going to be a hard switch, certainly on the right, about having kids. The most aggressive sign I've seen so far comes from Palmer Luckey, who said, and it didn't read like tongue-in-cheek. I think he actually believes this. Maybe it's hyperbole, but I think he really does believe it's very, very bad. He said that it's treason not to have kids.
Wow.
Treason. So I would just like to point out that treason is punishable by death. But I think that that's going to be a hard switch. And so I know that's coming for us.
I feel like
is what it is.
This might be generous, but 80% of the people I know who don't have kids, come from if I had more money, I would have a kid.
Yeah, that's wrong-headed thinking that I get, but we've had kids all throughout human history. Wolves trying to chew on you. You're barely able to get enough calories, and you still have children.
Is that a need for kids, or is that a need for sex?
Well, so this is a very fascinating question that I love very much.
We're coming into Destiny thing, guys. That's right after this, but I do want to I want to hear
So
this.
here is how that plays out. So nature, evolution, only has two levers: pain, and pleasure. So it can make something painful, doing risky things that causes you to twist your ankle. That hurts, sends a signal to your brain, you got to be more careful next time, because if you damage your ankle, then you're not going to be able to survive. So cool, we're going to make injuries painful, and people that don't have a pain response literally die when they're like 6, because they will go out, they'll bump into something, they'll be terminally bleeding, but they have no problem with it. So they all die. So you need the pain response to be like, don't do dangerous shit. Mm-hmm. The pleasure response is how nature goes, I got you, bitch. Where it's like, you just wanted to have sex, but evolution wants to make sure that you have kids. So it creates just enough distance that it's like, hey, this really fun thing leads to this really hard but amazing thing. And the way that it gets you to protect that kid is the bond that Locke and many other people are going to rightfully talk about, which is nature reaches inside your brain and squeezes excruciatingly hard, especially for women, to say nothing matters more than this thing. And that's what it should do. So I know if I had kids, nature would reach inside my brain and do the same squeeze mechanism. I fully understand that. So everybody just has to walk their own path. And like I've always said, I really want kids. I just want to not have kids a little bit more. But I don't expect that to be a popular take. And when people ask what I think other people should do, meaning and purpose, the surest way to get meaning and purpose is to align with the evolutionarily placed algorithms in your brain. And those are going to be to fall in love, have sex, make babies, raise babies. Like that's just the default path. And so deviate from the default path. You can do it, but you need to be very thoughtful about compensating for what the leverage that evolution will use to make sure that you do it, which is meaning and purpose. And so if you don't have meaning and purpose, you are going to curl up in a fetal position over the fact that you didn't have kids. And so Lisa and I are very thoughtful about, okay, we've chosen to step around something that evolution wants us to do, so we better have meaning and purpose, because that will be the pain lever it pulls for us not doing it. And if we have not addressed that, we're going to be in real emotional trouble. So.
All right, now let's cue up this Destiny clip.
Let's do it.
My man Eric, we're about to play it soon. So for context, yesterday on Destiny stream, he reacted to his interview with Tom. You guys covered tariffs, inflation, and this was right around the election. So this is when Trump and Harris were neck to neck, and we didn't know who was going to win. So just for context, how.
And I have legitimately not seen.
So this is a live reaction of Tom being reacted to.
We will
live.
see.
Oh, it's 3:13, like
Okay,
50,
I landed my stream
50
title. Fuck this
seconds,
Joe Rogan.
so we can scroll a little bit over.
Oh, not 6:13?
No, you were right. 6:13 to the 50-second. You're at the 12-second.
episode. Legal.
So you can just let it play.
There it is.
I want to watch this Gavin Newsom thing.
How am I involved with Gavin Newsom?
A full embrace to do with this show. A full embrace of the truth, an acknowledgement that even when I bang on the table and say I know this and I understand this and everybody should listen, people should merely take it as a data point that allows them to build a more cohesive worldview. As
Play
they
it at
understand
1x, please.
but I
No,
understand that I
Destiny played it.
Oh, he's playing it.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Got it?
don't have all the right answers. I don't want anybody to treat me like I have all the right answers. Everybody needs to think for themselves. No one is coming to save us. We want to map the world as it actually is.
Okay.
Only thing to talk about, Carlos.
Which
What is this? This
Okay,
age
this is
poorly.
him clicking around.
This inflation. The second you print money, you are fucking.
What do you think tariffs would do? Tariffs would cause tons of inflation.
Remember, you have to map me. So my thing on tariffs is that most of it's posturing, that he's going to do it selectively, and if he doesn't, and he really does it across everything, he's a fucking moron.
But he's already done tariffs. Why would not say he wouldn't do more?
But he did tariffs reasonably well.
So he didn't though, right? Just increase the cost of goods in the United States. We can actually bring
sometimes
something.
where you want to do that. So take the chips, for instance. If we're really trying to onshore things, or take things that are weapons manufacturing, anything that's in that chain, even if it's slightly more expensive for us to do it domestically, we need to do it, because I think, and I do not want to be a dictator, very much because I think I'm very fallible. But it is odds are that we're moving towards conflict with China. The last thing I want are my artillery shells or bullets or whatever to be hamstrung by their ability to produce.
Which I think that's fair, and I think that there are national security arguments you can use for tariffs. Trump very rarely makes these. He usually makes economic arguments for it. But in what you're talking about, they would say, you say, we'll probably pay a little bit more for this, but it's probably worth it for the national security implications. And I could agree with some of that, for sure.
Yeah.
That's not an across the board tariff.
I agree.
So,
Let me say it one more time.
Okay, sure.
Across the board
Let's just
tariffs,
clear that. We're saying that Kamala suggesting the tax on unrealized gains, which I'll bet you here now, we bet, $5,000, $10,000, will never happen because it's such a stupid policy. All forms of wealth tax, financial transaction tax, unrealized gain taxes are untenable for a billion different reasons.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
So I
pause it
know
for
it
a
won't happen.
Even
So I have not, I don't remember the rest of the conversation that we had, but that's going to go something like, well, when she puts forward absurd policy, it's just never going to happen. When Trump puts forward absurd policy, well, you have to actually take that seriously. So remember, this was recorded. I had no idea what Trump was actually going to do with his tariffs. And I kept saying in the interview, if he does an across the board tariff, that's dumb. So anyway, keep playing.
Okay, even if she might have flirted with it, I don't know how much you're talking about now. But so we're saying that she will do that. We're genuinely concerned about that. But we're not genuinely concerned about Trump doing the only economic policy that he's given, that he's basically running on, that he's shown indications of and has done a little bit in the past.
Because, one, I've seen what 4 years under Trump looks like.
It was bad for everything that you care about. It was horrible. He spent like crazy, printed money like crazy.
Oh, he did. On that, they're both...
But he did.
I don't understand how people are so resistant. They'll say the things. It's not just this guy, by the way, because it was the guy that I talked to last time, and the guy before, Richard, and the law TikTok guy, where they'll say, like, I care about this thing. And it's like, okay, wait, hold on. You said that you care about this thing, right? It's the guy is like, my favorite person in all of human history is O.J. Simpson. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. What are the things you care the most about again? I hate people that play sports, and I value the lives of white women more than anything else in the world. Okay, wait. Hold on. And I'm racist. Wait, hold on. Wait. Okay, well, wait. I feel like wasn't he like a football player though? Okay, maybe. Wait. Okay. What about like the whole like murder thing? Sure. Okay, maybe. Past performance is not an indicator of future behavior. Okay, and then also, isn't he black? It's like, that means a lot of things. It's like, okay, wait. So, and then the comparison is like to like Bill Gates or some like white nerd on athletic. It's like, okay, make this make sense for me, because every single thing that you're saying, this person represents the exact opposite.
Okay, pause it.
looks like.
It was bad.
Okay, make this make sense. Here is, you have two opposing worldviews. So he is looking at me as somebody who is on a team, and that I'm saying Trump can do no wrong. And because he said, like, this is your favorite person in the world. Obviously, just making an example. Mm-hmm. Trump is not my favorite person in the world. I was sad that Trump was the only option that I considered reasonable. He was not the person that I want. I did not want to be choosing between Kamala Harris and Trump. Also, with why was I, quote unquote, giving Trump a pass on the money printing? I'm not. And so I've got two governments, both of whom money print like fucking crazy. So those just cancel each other out. So the money printing, I'm not going to be like, yeah, you got to disqualify Trump on money printing so that I go to the other money printer. I'm saying if I had a choice between one government that was like, dude, we understand. We are driving towards a fiscal cliff. We have got to back off from that. This government will never money print. There is no way. We are focused on innovation. I'd be like, fuck yes. Like, I want to go to that team. Mm-hmm. But they both print like psychopaths. So it's just that those two cancel each other out. So if you want to, like, if I'm having to go back to his example, if I'm having to choose between two people that murdered people, I'm like, fuck. It's like, okay, well, I'm not going to be able to make the decision based on that. So there's that one.
I think the thing that he's trying to point out is that, to Destiny's point, he did say that across the board tariffs were bad. And you're like, yeah, if he does across the board tariffs, that'll be like fucking crazy. And Trump is doing across the board tariffs right now.
Right.
So
do you hear me going, oh my God, these are amazing. I'm so glad he's doing across the board tariffs.
Yes.
Wait, what do you mean? Yes.
No.
You hear me saying that?
Okay. I heard that you're not saying, yes, tariffs are great. I love tariffs. Let's do more tariffs.
I said, literally, if he does it across the board tariffs, that would be fucking stupid. And? Do you hear me championing them now? Or do you hear me being very consistent with that? Because my hypothesis remains that you're going to put yourself in a position where you are now playing chicken. Now, admittedly, I don't know how it will play out. And the more I look into tariffs, the more I'm like, okay, it has one outcome, which is it will onshore manufacturing, which we need to do. Mm-hmm. But it will also piss off your trade partners. And if you're doing them as far as I can tell, as I think Trump is driven largely by two things. The desire to onshore, he is right about that. it is, the more I research about that, the more I'm like, holy fuck, we have got to onshore some of our manufacturing. And then the other is this like super weird, petty, like, it's got to be fair. It's got to be fair. Now, I haven't looked at it enough to know if we should be worried about like one for one. We probably shouldn't. So it's like that one is, yeah, it's probably a bad idea. And the way that he's doing it is putting us in this super weird fucking position where now we are racing towards catastrophe in terms of, if he is not able to onshore enough jobs fast enough, if he is not able to get other countries and companies to invest in America large enough, fast enough, it will have been an unmitigated disaster. But what I don't understand is how people think that I'm thinking through the problem in any way other than I know where I'm trying to end up. I need to be in a strong position to protect myself from a hot war with China, which people may want to pretend is not a possibility. That shit is a very real possibility.
And onshore gets us there.
Onshoring, dude, onshoring the most important elements of our modern life, from modern warfare, which is going to be drones and semiconductors, which guess what China controls? Rare earth minerals for batteries and shit like that. Guess what China controls? So it's like we are in this super weakened position, and I understand that we have to get an outcome that brings that stuff home. Is across the board tariffs going to do it? As far as I can tell, across the board tariffs put you in a very precarious position. And so I do not love that this is his strategy. So will they end up coming to fruition? And let's remember, this is halftime. We don't know where this is going to go yet. But dude, I'm watching the way that he's doing this, and I'm like, if I were advising you, I would not be advising you to do this.
And he's already pulled back a lot of these tariffs. The auto tariffs got pulled back. He just also pulled back some more from Canada and Mexico because he was violating the trade agreement that you and Edward talked about, which I'm very excited about that interview to drop. But
here's the thing. You were about to go down a path where you were going to grab me by the lapel and slap me around. And I want you to give me your best argument. And I want you to know, Drew, your employment is not in any way, okay, this is going to be fodder for the audience, but your employment is not contingent, hold on,
yeah.
let me finish. And then you can tell people whatever you believe, which they will assume you're lying because you're next to your boss. But your employment, as I hope you know into your soul, is not contingent on you echoing back the things I already believe.
Yes.
Your employment is contingent on you being thoughtful, for sure. This is my show. And if you were here being an asshole, that would be a problem. But help me see something I don't see. So I will, and I hope you know, and I certainly hope the audience knows, I will give you my best, most voracious argument as a way to test whether or not my argument holds water, because I want to see if you're still like, no, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And you've got to look at it from this angle, which will only make me more able to predict the outcome of my behaviors, which will make me able to be in the stock market better and make more fucking money. So even if you just trust me to be selfish, I just want to know like what actually works, because my self-esteem is not based around being right. My self-esteem is based around identifying the right answer faster than the next person and making that something real in my life that leads me to the places that I want to go, which include getting even wealthier, which include building the biggest video game of all time. So just trusting me to be selfish, if you understand what I build my self-esteem around, you will understand why. I'm like, yeah. The guy saying the bad things, go back to him. I want to hear what the bad things are. So give it to me. I want to know, like, what do you think I'm being blind to? Where am I?
That's the thing, though. I spend time with you, so I understand how you make decisions. So that's why I see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a lot of times when we're playing the politics game, they want you to come on here and say, Trump did tariffs, he's fucked up. And as soon as they hear this, they're like, yay, Tom gets it again. So it's not necessarily you have a take wrong or you are blind to something. It's they want you to disagree as feverishly as they disagree, so that when you can be on there.
It's fucking nonsensical.
But it's emotional. It is looking for emotional responses.
True. And we may remain a small channel until the end of time, because I'm that is the game, and that unless I can give people that, they are not going to be interested. I get it. Entertainment is a drug that people take because they want to feel a certain way. And if I'm not able to make people feel the way they want to feel, this show will stall. Understood. I steer by the following observation. All that matters is how you feel about yourself when you're by yourself. And so I have to say the things that I believe to be true, because I have maybe erroneously built a value system inside of myself that says every word out of my fucking mouth has to be true, and it has to lead to making other people's lives better. And that's where I'm like, if people will argue with me at the level of value system, then, now we can have, because people always want to argue at the level of belief. My beliefs? What the fuck?
But that's the thing. It's a headline argument. So, okay, first argument. Trump is a fascist. Trump is a Nazi. You shouldn't like Trump because he's divisive. We can play the...
Very different statements.
But
the divisive part, I care not about. Well, that's not quite true. I wish he could bring people together. That would be super powerful. I am far more drawn to characters that can bring people together, for sure. But if Trump... This is why, and somebody said in the comments, well, Tom, Trump was saying that he wanted to run for a third term before. Why are you acting surprised now? And the reason is, honestly, when he said it earlier, I was always like, I don't like that. But I thought he was being funny. Then he started going for Greenland, Panama Canal, Canada, and talking about running for a third term. I was like, oh God, this is somebody revealing exactly like this little thing inside of them. And I think Trump has imperialistic impulses.
And all of these things were not as important as taxing unrealized gains to you.
They were not visible to me at the time, but if you reheld the election today, I would still vote for Trump. So, but that doesn't mean that is me choosing between two bad options. That is not me saying, oh, there's somebody perfect. But also, by the way, we're talking about all the things that I don't like. There are also a lot of things that I do like about what Trump is doing. And so, yeah, if the nice, succinct way to put it is, I'm growing increasingly skeptical that Trump will be able to get a positive outcome. And at the same time today, given those same two choices over, I would make the same decision still, for sure.
Because you didn't have faith in who Kamala was as a presidential candidate because
I think the entire Democratic Party has a value system that will run us into the ground. It will become increasingly authoritarian. It will be economically nonsensical. They would have clamped down on AI. We would continue to be at China's mercy from a manufacturing standpoint. They want to control the narrative, which is why they all speak with one unified voice. They are anti-First Amendment. Those things are so much more dangerous than the things that I see coming out of Trump's camp. Because here's what I think is going to happen. The thing about Trump that scares me the most is not that he'll make an economic mistake. The economy is extremely difficult. It does scare me, and you will continue to hear me make noises if I think Trump is misstepping. But the thing that I worry most about with him is Bonapartism. And the Bonapartism, I think, will get checked at the midterms. So it takes a literal act of Congress to amend the Constitution. So I think the Constitution will protect us. But I'm not going to lie and say that it isn't becoming self-evident that Trump has an imperialist impulse. From the rhetoric around Gaza, I mean, it's just like that's undeniable. So again, I will seem crazy if people think I'm on a team. I am not on a team. I have an end state that I'm trying to reach. I voted for the person that I thought would get us there. That person remains, though by a decreasing margin, the person that I think is actually most likely to get us there. If he continues to do shit that causes problems, right now, the short-term effect on the economy is horrendous. On the stock market, I should be more clear. The short-term impact on the stock market is ugly. And so now it becomes a question, is it a short-term blip, as these often are, or is he legitimately going to run us aground? Don't know. We're going to see that play out. But all the people that look at me or anybody else, and they keep trying to take it back to he was a moron and he voted for the wrong person and he's now just trying to defend him. I am unable to pierce your frame of reference because that is a nonsensical way to interpret the words that I'm saying. There's no way they could repeat my stance back to me in a way that I would recognize. There's no way, because I have said over and over and over exactly how I process data. I can go point by point and explain exactly how I'm processing data. And then people are trying to cram that into their team-based worldview. And I see this will happen in marriages. This will happen in when working with teammates in a company. You're literally saying one thing, but it deflects off their worldview that they are projecting onto you. And so I will say to my wife routinely, if I meant what you would have meant when I said those words, I get why you're upset. But since I didn't mean that, we have to go with what did I actually mean? And so then you break it down and you say, okay, this is what I mean. I can say it to you in a single sentence that's less than 35 words. Tell me my position back to me in a way that I say, yes, you understand my position. If then she's like, I understand your position, but I disagree with it, cool. Now we're having an argument at the level of values and beliefs. We are not having an argument at the level of two ships passing in the night, where if you said the words I said, they would mean something different than when I say them. And if, by the way, if chat is slapping me around, they have something that they think that
I'm literally scrolling through it so I can catch everything.
Give it to me.
And again, we had these conversations off camera plenty of times. We had these conversations on camera with our guests. We had a whole election week special where we interviewed 2 Republicans, a Democrat. Like, we went down the rigmarole of it. So I see how you come to these decisions. So again, emphatically, I'm not just yes manning. It's just I understand it. I get your point of view. We voted for 2 different people. We came from it from 2 different angles. I am not mad at that. I don't get that. But I think in the increasingly tribal world, everybody is trying to make you pick a side. But there is one thing. There is one thing that what would it have to take for you to say I regret voting for Trump?
What would have to happen?
Yeah.
If he hollows out the middle class even more, if he puts us on a weakened stage with China, the thing I care the most about, China is scary, but the thing I care most about is thriving lower and middle class. Again, you need only trust me to be selfish. As a wealthy person, you sell things to, at least the things that I make, are sold to the middle class. So it's like, I need them to be thriving. Yeah. Even if you don't think I care about people, which I fucking do, even if I'm just being a greedy capitalist, you cannot function as a society if you don't have a thriving middle class. It's fucking crazy. I'm also not a pull the ladder up behind me guy. So I came from middle. There's an argument to be made. I came from lower middle class, and becoming successful has been one of the great thrills of my life, because it did not feel like it was an outcropping of innate talents that I had. It feels like it was an outcropping of learning a way of thinking that I was not taught as a kid and going, oh my God, this works so much better than what I was taught as a kid. Holy shit. Like, you can teach other people to do this. Fuck. And now, long before anybody knows who I am, privately in my companies, there are no cameras on me. Nobody knows who the fuck I am. I'm just a guy building a company. And I'm like, I will show up early. I will stay late. This is to drug dealers, gang members. I will show up early. I will stay late. I will teach you anything, including building a competitive company to mine, because I want you to understand how powerful these ideas are. And I can see you've been trapped by what at that time I realized was an ideas problem. This is not a money problem. You guys can, if you can adopt these ideas, they will change your life.
What are the KPIs then? So you say hollow out the middle class. I love that term, but it's a generic term. Like, are you saying the middle class will decline, the inflation rate will drop below this rate, you want to see average earnings increase? What does it mean to have a bolstering middle class?
Love that. Okay, so there are a few key metrics you want to look at. Right now, what you have is more people than ever are becoming wealthy. Okay, yay, right? No, because more people than ever are becoming poor. And so what you see is this where you're going to have these 2 wildly stratified contingents. Now, the problem lies with the Gini coefficient, and you can't live in that world. So the wealthy will try to distance themselves physically, intellectually, every which way possible from the poor, and the poor will always be the far larger group, and they will come to kill the rich. So again, just from a perspective of self-preservation, that sounds fucking terrible. So one of the metrics that we're going to look at is the middle class getting bigger? So are people going from poor to middle class? Like, that is a fucking key. You want to see that happening like crazy. And then mine is, one of the core things has got to be that the poor and middle class can just save their money to success. Not gamble, not bet on the stock market. If they want to do that, it's amazing. And I hope that they do, because owning assets is very powerful, even when your money's not being inflated. But you have to understand it. It is a complicated game where you can lose your money as fast as you make your money. So I want everybody to have the ability to do it. I don't want anybody to be forced to do it. So those two are massively important and can be measured just on a financial scale. There will be more, but those are the easiest to talk about, that are just, they're going to be naked in the data.
And then last one, just from poor to middle class, you want to see upward mobility. So is that, again, what is how do you define going from poor to middle class? Because I think
it'll be a question of earnings, real earnings per household.
Copy. Household earnings increasing.
Yeah, but real. Like, you have to understand the difference between nominal, where it's like, yeah, number go up, but it only go up because of inflation. Real is like you're actually outstripping inflation.
So household earnings adjusted for inflation increasing.
Yes.
Copy. All right. Let's talk Gavin Newsom.
Did we finish with does he have a kill shot? Does Destiny have a kill shot?
I think that was it.
Okay.
Could we play a little bit more? I feel like after he rants and then he switches to something else.
For everything that you care about, it was horrible. He spent like crazy, printed money like crazy.
Oh, he did. On that, they're both.
But he did that in a time of economic
Prosperity.
prosperity.
Yeah.
So why would we ever expect him to buckle down?
He won't.
But then he's just going to keep spending.
Correct. Remember, if you try to map me as somebody who's going to bat for Trump, you're always going to be confused.
Okay.
If you go, whoa, this is weird. Thomas, even though Trump has all this scary shit, like, what the fuck? He's still more scared of Kamala Harris? How is that possible? That becomes, if somebody's trying to map my mind, if they keep going to Tom loves Trump, that isn't true. No one has ever heard me go to bat and be like, oh my God, he's a man, I'm so excited.
Did I ask him, wait, why was he so scared of Kamala? Did we ask that?
So inflation and money printing, you don't actually care about that then?
Money printing and inflation I care about so deeply. If I thought Kamala Harris would do less of it, I'd be voting for Kamala Harris.
But the fact that Donald Trump was willing to have the largest deficits in U.S. history in times of economic prosperity, and the fact that he tried to pressure the Federal Reserve to keep interest rates low, and he said he'll do it again, all of these things lead to inflation and more money in circulation.
Absolute insanity.
But you think the Democrats will do it worse, even though they haven't talked about pressuring the Fed to keep rates low, they haven't talked about...
Which one will be worse, I won't even say. As I look at them both, I just say the way that they think about the government is very different. So you've got Trump on one side, who is bringing in Elon Musk, trying to get more efficient, very open to reducing...
So Elon Musk survives on government subsidies and contracts. It's important to keep in mind, right?
Okay, why does that matter?
I'm so curious to hear what he says about that.
Okay. It's okay.
Man, I wanted to hear his take on that. Okay, well, so here's my thing. I think Destiny is dope. Even if he wears a shirt that says Tom is a retard, like, I still think he is I'm so glad that he is in the public sphere. Somebody was saying, I think it was a Charlie Kirk interview with Gavin Newsom, which, man, do I love. I am very impressed with Gavin Newsom. A sentence I never thought I would say as a Californian.
Wow.
But the fact that he brought Charlie Kirk in, I was very impressed.
That's exactly where I was going. It worked. Gavin Newsom saw that podcasts were big. He says, I'm going to start a podcast and let me go sit with the other side.
Yeah.
And he's flip-flopping on positions. Everything he said, everything he was 10 toes down 6 months ago. Now, oh yeah, I never felt that way. Oh, I feel completely different.
I would like you to press the James Burnham button. That is so self-evident. So now you at least have somebody that's good at what he does. This is why people call Gavin Newsom slippery. He's got enough charisma, enough good looks that he can pull it off. He can do it. So anyway, the thing that I'm impressed with is that he sat down with Charlie Kirk. Like, he was willing to go 10 toes down with Charlie Kirk, who is a formidable foe for anybody on the left. I am impressed. And I now understand how Newsom has gotten where he's gotten. But I brought that up for a reason. Oh, I lost it.
I have a clip. Can we play that clip I sent you? The Gavin Newsom clip? I thought that this...
Oh, wait. Sorry.
I came back?
Yeah, because I was trying to wrap up the Destiny thing. So I think it was in that interview that Newsom asked Charlie, is anybody on the left doing it? And they were like, nobody. And I was like, what do you mean? Destiny's doing it. And Destiny's very good. That kid is a debater extraordinaire. Also, I've had private conversations with him. He is lovely. Look, I get it. Destiny can be very theatrical. I don't know what word you'd want to use. He says he's always making a decision between whether he's going to be, I don't want to mischaracterize, but unhinged. I don't know. Like, he's got what I'll call an unhinged mode, right? The guy deserved to get shot and for showing up at the thing, the rally. Not a big fan of the unhinged side. But nonetheless, he is very capable of just being a hard-nosed debater who is very thoughtful about the issues, extremely well-researched. So again, even if he renamed his show Tom is a Retard, I would still go listen to find out, like, what can he remove any of my blind spots? So yeah, for people that want to know a very thoughtful argument from the left, like, that's the play. I don't like Destiny. He can fall back, says Jordash. Fair, man. Look, everybody's going to have their opinion, but I think he's sharp.
Hold on. I'm going to send you this clip, Eric, because people are trying to dunk on me in the comments, and I actually do research, guys. So, please, let's
Let's
do
see
this.
what happens here.
Let's do this. Play the second one.
Guns out.
Yes. Y'all watch YouTube.
What are they
videos
trying to dunk on you
and
for?
think your
I don't
political analysis. Come on. Okay, come on. Let's.
Shots getting fired. What happened? I
Yeah.
missed something.
We're gonna react to this together, Tom.
All right, let's see.
I'm excited. Let me curate this.
But you got to tell me, what are they saying in chat?
Okay, so right now, I just said that Gavin Newsom was flip-flopping. And
Yeah.
then somebody said, is he flip-flopping, or is that just a characterization of him you saw on Fox? And I was like, oh, okay, so let's play this clip where Gavin Newsom is saying no in women's sports when he just signed a bill 6 months ago that said schools are allowed to transition kids without telling their parents. But now you don't want. But now your new line is they can't play sports though, but they can transition and not tell their parents. It's slippery,
All right,
slippery
let's
Gavin.
go. Let's
slippery
see.
Gavin.
Let's see what chat
And I'm
has to
not
say
like an
about it.
anti-trans person, but I'm just directly showing you he wrote a bill 6 months ago that is directly not agreeable with
It's
what
at
he's
odds.
is at odds with what he's saying right now in this clip. Can we play this clip, please, Eric?
Now should come out and be like, you know what? The young man who's about to win the state championship in the long jump in female sports,
Right.
that shouldn't happen. You as the governor should step out and say no.
No, and I appreciate.
But like, would you do something like that? Would you say no men in female sports?
Well, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that. So that's easy to call out, the unfairness of that. There's also a humility and a grace, that these poor people are more likely to commit suicide, have anxiety and depression. And the way that people talk down to vulnerable communities is an issue that I have a hard time with as well. So both things I can hold in my hand. How can we address this issue with the kind of decency that I think, is inherent in you, but not always expressed?
So like you right now should come out
There it is.
and be like, you know what?
So
the young man who's about to win the state championship in the long jump in female sports,
Right.
that should
You can pause there. So it's like he's definitely running for president. He's definitely going to throw his hat in the ring. There's 1,000 people running for California. I don't think he wants re-election. I think he wants.
He can't. 26 is it. He's termed out.
So I think he's taking this like, okay, let me be more moderate and let me show that I can sit with the other side. I can make deals, and then that way he's going to position himself for his presidential run.
That's brilliant. Even if I hate it, it's brilliant. and here's
It's
look,
strategic.
if he really is realizing, because remember, politicians are a product of their time, and they will necessarily change with their constituents. And there's a read of JFK that's exactly what got him killed. Was he was like, no, I'm going to do what's right. I don't give a fuck what people think. You don't see a lot of that, man. In politics, you really don't. You see people that understand, I have to read the tea leaves. I have to understand what's going on with my constituents. What do they want? And make sure that I represent where people are at. And now he's also being very strategic, because technically all he said there was that I agree with you on the fairness thing. And so tomorrow he may sign more legislation that is pro-trans rights. Very possible, in a way that people find troublesome. Now they also, I haven't seen the whole episode because I basically only take my stuff in on YouTube, and I cannot find it anywhere
Yeah,
on
they took
YouTube.
it off of YouTube. It's only on Spotify now.
So very interesting.
Yeah.
And so I heard a bunch more clips though, and Newsom pushed back saying That bill, the one that I had said, if I had kids, I would have moved out of California. The bill just says that that teachers cannot be fired for failing to tell a parent that their kid is transitioning. I'd have to read the bill to know if because some people say that it goes all the way to your kid could be transitioning hormonally and you still can't be fired for not telling them. That seems crazy to me. Just as if your kid got in a fight or they were cheating, I would fully expect them to reach out to the parent and be like, hey, this is what your kid's doing. Now it's up to you what you want to do with that information, but there's that information. And I agree with Charlie Kirk on this, that it really becomes a question of, if we're going to say that kids are they property of their parents or are they property of the state? And hopefully you can guess my take on that based on my absolute fear of an authoritarian government, that for sure, 100%, unless there is abuse in the household, and I'll say as traditionally defined. So if there's sexual abuse, if there's physical violence, then yes, I would expect the state to take the child for their own safety. But I would not qualify all the fear mongering around trans kids are more likely to commit suicide, and therefore we have to let them do this as an act of keeping them safe. That feels like a take that history will not shine on kindly.
If you guys have anything in the interview that you thought interesting, drop links in the Discord, Slack them to Eunice, or
and also Arcane is not incorrect. Trump uses flip-flopping as a strategy. Yep, that's what politicians do, boys and girls.
Yeah, it was 25% tariffs across the board, no exceptions, and then it became, well, this tariff we're gonna delay for a month, and this tariff I get it. My
people
bad, guys.
will say what gets them power and keeps them in power. Please remember that. Nah, Tom, the kids essentially have paperwork. Sorry, scrolling happened. Have paperwork with the school, and the school partitions names within school versus to parents. I don't know what that means. If that's anything saying that it's okay not to let the parents know, I would say hard pass.
This was also just a funny clip. I just thought it was hilarious. Can we play the first one?
We like funny clips.
It was from that interview. Yeah, on the one.
Hi, Dave.
Yeah, that one.
Last night, trying to put my son to bed. He's like, no, Dad, what time? What time's Charlie going to be here? What time? And I'm like, dude, you're in school tomorrow. He's 13. He's like, no. This morning, wakes up at 6 something. He's like, I'm coming. I'm like, Craig, he literally would not leave the house.
Did you let him take off school?
No, he did. Of course not. He's not here for a good reason. But the point is
you canceled school for like 2 years. One day.
The point is the point, which is you are making
That's
a
why
damn
he's good.
dent.
Thank you. I'm kidding.
When you go to these
I just feel like that was
camps,
hilarious. Like, and it was just like, ha ha ha, you got me.
But that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Guys, the techniques are in full view. They are in full view. Yeah, look, easy charm, man. An easy laugh just blows it off. It diffused Charlie Kirk. He didn't keep pushing. If he had argued there, if he'd gotten annoyed, if he hadn't allowed himself to be the butt of a joke, then it would have become a thing. Yeah, it's very slick, man. It's very slick. Newsom versus Vance 2028. Going to be great, man. We'll see, Jacob. We'll see. Will Vance be the guy? Even Trump said, a couple weeks ago that I think he flat said, when asked, is Vance the guy that's going to succeed you? He said no. Not like, well, maybe, we'll see. Just no. So.
Because Trump's going for his third term.
Oh, Jesus. We know how I feel about that.
Okay, so this was interesting. It popped on my radar. Thanks to the chat. They pointed out earlier this morning.
Chat?
Casey Anthony. I don't know if you remember that story from back in the 90s.
No, the name, yes, but
she was the woman that was accused of killing her daughter, but then it ended up getting acquitted.
Oh, really?
And then now, all these years later, she's now like a legal advocate, like
whoa,
giving advice to people and things like that.
Okay.
The reception has been mixed, to say the least.
Because some people still believe that she did it?
Yes. People are calling her a grifter. People are calling her a murderer. She's trying to monetize on her notoriety. Like, it sounds a little icky to me, but I mean,
what do you do though if that becomes your life start? Like, for a second, imagine she's actually innocent. Despite your best efforts as a parent, your child ends up getting murdered. You get put on trial for it. You finally get acquitted. Now, this is like John Walsh, who had the show America's Most Wanted, whose child was beheaded. And his whole life became about, I couldn't protect my kids, so I'm going to protect these countless others. Was he grifting? I mean, that seems like that would change you as a person, man. I would get why that would become your shtick. So I don't know. Look, I don't know. I have not seen her, and maybe she's just dripping with it, like selling Save My Daughter merch. I don't know, man. But like,
Save My Daughter merch.
I don't immediately think, oh, she must be grifting. But I know nothing about the thing.
That's like Luigi Mangione coming out as a healthcare consultant if he got acquitted. Like, isn't that just a little like?
Well, if he got acquitted, though, if it was like, if he had not confessed to the crime and then was like, he was a suspect and he gets acquitted, being a healthcare, doing a show about corruption in modern America, like that I could see. Like, it wasn't me, I didn't do the killing, but like I supported the killer. Sure.
That's hilarious.
Would I think it a grift? Not if he had good points.
Not if he had good points.
But I mean, really, right? So go back, my worldview, there's an end state outcome that we want. We want healthcare to be effective, first of all. We want it to not be bankrupting America. We want there to be the ability to debate costs, see more evolutionary forces of the open market come to play. And if he legitimately didn't do it, then I'd be all for it. Now, I think the guy fucking did it. He said he did it. He gave his reasons. I think it's crazy. I am mortified to my core that there are people that support him. That's fucking grotesque. But if he didn't do it, sure.
All right. Switching gears for a little bit.
Let's go.
The Tate brothers have been in California for a week, and they've been on a political tour or a media tour. They were on PBD.
I'm going to need a little tinfoil hat on this one. Because there's a lot of talk that the U.S. government is the reason that he got out of Romania. Now, Trump was like, I didn't even know about it.
Yeah, I hear it, but I can't confirm it.
I don't understand why they would, though.
Yeah.
Like, why would anybody in the U.S. government stick their neck out for Tate?
You got a picture with Roger Stone. I'm scrolling.
I mean, unless he is just donating. I don't know why anybody would do that. That seems crazy. I mean,
yeah, I don't know.
Disagreement there?
I'm conflicted because
on whether that's what happened or whether they should have lobbied to get him here.
On whether that's what happened.
Yeah,
because I think half of the world just writes off Andrew Tate as a sex trafficker who is a terrible person who's evading like arrest, and then the other half is like he's a martyr dying for the noble cause of masculinity. And I don't necessarily. Eunice's face tells me which side she's on. I don't necessarily agree with any of those points. So it's just for Trump to stick his reputation on the line for somebody that I don't see give him any political capital doesn't make sense to me.
It does not make any sense. So anyway, but that is certainly one of the things that are being talked about. Check USAID projects. That would be hilarious if we saw him there. Brandon, Tom, I posted the Gavin Newsom interview in the Discord. Thank you, Brandon. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Wait, Tate wasn't people trafficking? Ricardo, that is the very case that is being adjudicated as we speak.
Allegedly.
Yep. So we'll find out. We will find out. Fighting for masculinity has nothing to do with degrading women. Rai, we agree aggressively.
No, they've really buried this thing. So it is up on YouTube. It has 39,000 views. But I could not find it for the life of me.
With Charlie Kirk, it has 39,000 views?
Yeah, but his channel just launched. He has 2,800 subscribers in this one video. So this was his first video.
Interesting. I'm shocked. Given how much commentary there is on this, I am aghast.
YouTube's algorithm has been a little weird because Joe Rogan said the same thing with the Trump thing, the fact that he wasn't even on trending and it was the number one.
That's super sus. That's super sus. If Joe Rogan went on and just stared lovingly into the camera for an hour, I would expect it to do numbers. So yeah, that is a little shocking. Alejandro, why is Eunice muted? No mic today? I think she's tired. We started too early.
No, I have a mic. It's just
well, let's go, Eunice.
It's just you guys are going in. There's.
I think he want. I'm.
What do you mean? You want me to interject?
He wants you to rep the community harder.
Oh, okay. I'm not muted, Mr. G. Alejandro. I'm here. I'm waiting for the moments that
All
you
right.
guys say, all right, it is super chat time, and then I will pop off.
Bazzy Mayan.
but other than that-
we have to be in. Are we in? We're in super chat now. 'Cause we said
Actually,
second hour.
7:30. Look at
Look at that. We're right on
perfect
time.
timing. You
We're
was a
right
minute
on
early, but
time.
yes, right there.
Yes. Okay.
Bring it to us, Eunice. All right, this for the next. We're gonna do a full hour or 45 minutes.
I was gonna go 30 because we
30?
have you need
Okay,
to be
cool.
headphones in at 8:30 because we got
Oh,
a
okay.
hard.
You have a hard out.
All right, yeah,
we have a hard-
hard.
Yep.
Okay, so for the next 30 minutes, we are going to be doing super chats. If you have a super chat, now is your time. They will be answered in the order of how much you spent to get it read. So,
And we got some already.
all right, let's go. Make sure you do them in order of the donation amount.
We have Patrick Wrightson
Let's go, Patrick.
with 1999. Patrick earlier said, the politics are actually great. Your guys' perspective being relatively neutral and non-tribal, hard to find lately. So political commentary is very welcome with an arm flex emoji.
Word. Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate that very much. The question that remains on the table is, are there enough people that want the feeling of neutrality? It's not a very strong drug. And I really do believe that these shows, people want a drug-like effect. And the real drug of choice is you're saying everything I already agree with. So I don't know how many people are in the middle that when they hear me talk, they think, yeah, that's exactly how I feel. I think they're probably more going to fall into a blue or red camp. We shall see. But I hold myself accountable to utility. So I don't think thinking tribally has utility. So bad mojo. We'll find out.
We have another super chat from Joshua. Joshua, thank you for your third super chat on the live
Now,
stream.
how mad should Dalton be? Oh, is that the one we already read? That is.
Yes,
Got
that
it,
is the
got
one
it,
that
got
we
it.
interrupted the stream
Oh, right, because
for.
it hit the threshold.
Yes, he will not be mad at all.
Indeed, you are correct.
Joshua Giles says, AI unlocks skills I have no mental model for, causing fear and mental loops due to no predictive validity. I think he meant DUE instead of do. I've never had a mentor like you in my field. How do I break through these blocks and navigate confidently?
Okay, so the odds you're going to be able to navigate confidently are very low. But if you share my beliefs, it's what I call the only belief that matters. The only belief that matters is that I can get good at anything that I spend time trying to get good at, which means you can become like the super ninja of AI. You're not going to outpace AI, so don't try. Try to figure out how to use AI to be at the absolute cutting edge of what it can do. So I am now going hard in the paint to get, we were just working on this job description. Do I have it up? I do. It is called an AI integration engineer. So we are looking for an AI integration engineer because I have some ideas that I think are self-evident, meaning that if I never talked about it, never did it, it would happen no matter what because it's so obvious, but at the same time is also novel. So the way that I plan to use it in video games is obvious and novel. No one's done it before, but everyone is going to do it. And so despite having the same trepidation that you have of this is moving so fast that if I'm going to skate to where the puck is, but the puck is teleporting, how do I make sure that I end up in the right place? It's not going to be easy. And that brings me to the next belief that I would invite you to share with me, that I do not allow myself to stand still. So given all the uncertainty, there is certainly an impulse to just wait and see. But the people who don't do that, the people that roll the dice and say, okay, I think I see clearly enough where the teleporting puck is going to end up, I'm going to move really hard and really fast in this direction. So we are working very closely with our development team to make sure that we integrate AI up, down, left, right, B, A, select, start inside of our game, inside of everything that we're doing here at Impact Theory. Literally multiple times a day, I'm checking in with our current creative AI integrator, different than an engineer. But we're already baking AI characters into Project Kaizen, not the part that's released yet, but you'll have a character that you can speak to in a natural voice and they will do what you say in the fucking game based on things you say to them. And then we're also working on getting a physical representation IRL with what we call our exotics. You can think of them as pets. So that, and look, I don't know the technical feasibility of this yet. I just know that eventually this will be true, that you'll be able to sync your IRL representation of that in-game pet, and they will be aware of each other. So it will feel like one and the same, that you just have this character that you have an ongoing relationship with you all day, every day, wherever. And that in-game, the character will be aware of the things that you said to its physical instantiation out of game and vice versa. So I think that's going to be incredible. Again, this is one of those ideas that I know everybody is going to have. And so it becomes a race to execute. So I invite you to join the race to execute on the things that you believe in.
Woo! We have another super chat from Sequoia Hall. Sequoia Hall, thank you for your $10. Sequoia Hall says, food security, in parentheses, local community gardens to urban edge food, is what we need to onshore ASAP. Healthier, too.
Grow your own food.
You're not wrong. How much will that scale? Not well. You cannot force people to do it. Read Tombstone if you want to know how deadly it would be to mandate people grow their own food. But encouraging people to do more of that, I think would be amazing. But like for me, I would have to move to be able to do that, because we don't have like a big yard that we can grow stuff in. That's just not how the Hollywood Hills gets down. So, it is what it is. But yes, I love the idea of people growing their own food, or at least knowing how. I think that would be amazing.
On to our next super chat. We've got David Naylor for his first super chat on a live stream. Thank you, David.
Let's go, David.
David says, I'm a day late and $1 short on this, but I was surprised Ghost in the Shell wasn't on Tom's anime list. Keep up the awesome work. Be well.
So Ghost in the Shell, the series, is just not where it needs to be. Ghost in the Shell, the movie, is incredible and would probably be in second place only behind Akira, the movie. But when I think about tier ranking anime, people mean the series because they're far deeper. They go on for much longer. Now, I considered really upsetting people and doing Ghost in the Shell SAC 2045 because I actually really like it, but it is horrible and just happens to speak to a thing that I have for robots. But yeah, I thought that one would be so controversial and I'd have a hard time defending it because it's just something I really like. But it is actively bad. So it's my version of like my wife watching terrible TV, but there's just something about it that she loves. So anyway, that's why I didn't make my list, but I am a Ghost in the Shell obsessive. I love it. And
Mr. G number 2,
prediction,
or we should say Mr. G the second, says, any thoughts on MJ DeMarco, author of Millionaire in Fastlane, and his outlook on wealth creation and hyper realities?
I don't know him. MJ DeMarco.
MJ DeMarco,
Millionaire
author
Fastlane.
Millionaire Fastlane.
Don't know it.
We will put it on the list
Mr.
to
G,
look
I'm
up.
so sorry. I know not of what you speak. My apologies.
Mr. G, if you want to link it in the Discord, I can pass it along. We've got another one from Esoteric Dichotomy.
Here we go.
Esoteric
Our
Dichotomy
man.
says, Destiny is pro-redistributionism, moderately pro-deficit spending, and not remotely as anti-inflation as you. Explains a bit of the clash in values.
Yeah, that at least you can pull, like when you're having a conversation at the level of values, you can get somewhere because you can just say, oh, we don't share values and therefore we don't share a desired end state. And then you can also go, oh, okay, cool. Would you be pro those things if they did not yield the outcome that you want? If so, now it's like we're having a very different conversation. But there are people, and I don't know that Destiny is in this camp, but there are people that believe that redistribution is the miracle, not the obscenely difficult task of generating the money that can be redistributed. And so once you break, this was Ayn Rand's whole thing, once you create a structure in the government that breaks the innovator's ability or desire to innovate, then there becomes nothing to redistribute. And this is why when China starved to death, by the way, north of 40 million people, they go, oh, maybe this was a terrible fucking idea. And what we actually need to do is a new form of communism that leverages the miracle of generating the money and doing a controlled capitalistic build. And basically, this reminds me of the Netanyahu statement that we can control the height of the flame. That is exactly the approach that China took. We can control the height of the flame. We'll let people get big, become billionaires, do all the innovative stuff that allowing for that allows to happen, pull God knows how many hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. And then when the flame gets too high, we kidnap Jack Ma. We almost certainly slap him around. We certainly re-educate before we launch him back into the public as a warning to all the other people that, hey, when the government rolls up and says you're going to do it this way, or you're going to give us access to all that data, that you just comply. So it's a very different system, one I would not want to live in, but it is hard to argue that it yielded results. And so now it just becomes a question of, will they be able to control that flame at the right rate that they don't lose control? Don't know. We're about to find out, but I can tell you there's one that I don't want to live in.
We have a $57.20 super chat, which I just calculated.
US dollar?
US dollar, yep.
Let's go.
Yep.
Damn.
Locke just sent some emojis. So
Locke,
Locke
thank you,
sent
man.
the fire emoji, volcano emoji, and 3 wind emojis. Thank you, Locke, for those emojis.
Sending the smoke signals.
Yeah.
We
I'm
really
like,
appreciate
wait,
it. Thank
what?
you.
Do we know how to interpret that? Locke, do you want to?
It's a slur in smoke signals. He's trying to.
It's a slur.
That you said
Hey, I
it
just
so
said all those
deadpan.
emojis.
I was
That's
like, wait,
crazy.
really? This
Hold
is
on.
the kids today. You never know, man.
How did you curse somebody out
know.
back in the day? You would just, if it's black smoke, that means like go fuck yourself. If it's white smoke, that means my DMs is open. Like, how do you? Okay.
Hold on, what?
Here all night, guys.
I'm open, man. I'm open.
I don't know.
I think
It's too
probably
early
have
for
more
those types of
efficient-
jokes for me.
we
but-
just need words. We just need words. But Locke, thank you, man. That's obviously
Locke,
massive, and
thank you.
really, really appreciate your support. Yeah,
Super chats like that keep the show going, guys. Thank you.
there it is.
Very generous, thank you.
Very generous.
Truth Devin sent in $10. Truth Devin says, Tom, I only support you because of your neutrality. If you start supporting a side, I would leave.
I respect.
What do you think of Rock Lee and Naruto, especially when Lee felt he was a loser when fighting Gaara? That
Okay.
is a crazy.
So here is where we get into I am not deep enough in Naruto to give you a good answer for that. So yeah, I don't know. What I can tell you, the reason that Naruto makes my list is I have watched enough of it to know that at its core, it is all about having big dreams and being willing to do the things that you need to do to get there, being scarred by the difficulties of real life, where you're constantly confronted with your own limitations, and getting better. So I definitely have aspirations of one day finishing Naruto, but right now I'm not deep enough to give you a super good answer to that. Sorry. I feel terrible. With such generosity.
$4.99 super chat from workhard _ HODLBTC. Workhard says,
Model
you guys.
BTC.
Yep.
Word.
I like saying HODL, but they said, you guys ever going to put a BTC address in the description so we can send sats, not fiat?
Whoa.
Thanks for the hard work, guys.
Man, I never thought anybody would send us sats. Failure of imagination, I guess. I would gladly take BTC as somebody who is a big believer in that and where it's going. I'm here for it, man. So matter of priorities, as I imagine that will be a pretty limited number of people, but I would love it. I mean, I would love it. But that gets into my whole thing about once you embrace the volatility of an asset that matches your thesis, it gets very exciting. But my public messaging around that is just be careful. It's all a gamble. Be careful, please. I want to see people save money. Okay.
Esoteric Dichotomy, another $4.99. Would you consider reaching out to Yaron Brook, chairman of the Ayn Rand Institute? He also has is on the show. He talked to Michael Malice and Lex.
I would have to look into him, but yeah, I don't know Yaron Brook. I certainly know Ayn Rand, so I can make some guesses about the Ayn Rand Institute. I think that means he has his own show. But yeah, I'll look into him for sure. if he's interesting, I should say, I'm all for it.
RMR 323, thank you for your first super chat. RMR says you should run a future loaders camp or something himself of the area where you can help kids learn a successful mindset as you have with felons. You could do like a 5-week course, a couple days a week.
We should definitely do some more stuff in the schools.
Say more words.
I feel like.
What would you like to see us do? Very specifically.
Very specifically, I like Future Loaders Camp, and I immediately went to a summer camp where we have Kaizen up and running, and we have a whole bunch of gaming PCs, and we have a bunch of kids play, and we do mindset courses, and we teach kids that their situation does not determine their future.
Here's what I say to that. That's a little bit like saying, Tom, I know that you're an addict, but I just want you to do a little cocaine. Because when I say I had to break myself of the habit of spending hours and hours and hours trying to help people start thinking right and propel themselves forward. I used to be a camp counselor. I used to teach kids music. I mean, I really did my stint of the sort of one-to-one. It wasn't ever one-to-one, but one to very small groups. Actually, it was one-to-one in the case of the kid that I big brothered for. And it is deeply emotionally satisfying. But the whole idea behind Kaizen is, dude, the number of people that struggle is so vast. And there is a part of my personality that is driven by scale. I don't expect anybody to like it. It's just true to who I am. And so I want to do things at the biggest scale possible. Now, when you start talking about, could we marry it with Project Kaizen? I mean, maybe. I could see all things in success. I always saw our foray into educating kids, not entertaining them with empowering ideas, but actually educating them, being born out of ITU and doing ITU Kids. It was always something we flirted with. And if Will can continue to grow ITU, shout out to Will, he's doing a very good job. If he can continue to grow that, I really could see taking some of the profits and investing them into kids. But I have a very bad feeling that will be a charity and that you're just going to be really hard pressed because now you're marketing to parents. Parents are forcing their kids to do it. The kids don't necessarily want to be there. So it's like.
But with how we know education and all the things that we want to change in it, I think it would be really cool for you specifically, and I wouldn't give this advice to everybody with money or everybody who wants to help the next generation, but because you understand the line of technology, AI, and video games, and I think it's a very specific set of ideas that parents might not understand as much as their kids might, especially with this Furby idea. I feel like there's a way that it can at least be a launching pad for the first generation of consumers, or there are a generation of people that aren't going to just let me come talk to you for an hour on a Saturday and everybody sits in the chair and stares at you. I'm not saying let's do that, but there is some type of innovation.
So you getting into, and that's the idea behind the Furby, is that you're now having an ongoing relationship with something that is coded to uplift, motivate, and empower you in a fun way where you don't even really think about the fact that, oh, this guy is just relentlessly optimistic and helping me find ways that I can do things. If we can pull that off algorithmically, honestly, if we can pull it off, and I'm way too early in the journey to know how well this will come out, but that is something where I feel like we could really make a mark, where it's like, oh, that's an impact theory toy, for lack of a better word. Oh, I trust those guys. I know whatever that thing says to my kid is going to be rubber meets the road encouragement, not fake encouragement. You're going to have to do the work, but you can get better. And just because it will have context from the game. Hey, remember, you used to lose 80% of your matches and now you only lose 60%. You've already made these huge gains. You're on the path. This is what it's about. And they can put it in the context of the game. I really think in the way that for an entire generation, anime did that, where it was about friendship and getting better and all the things that make me like Naruto. We can bake that into games. We can bake that into that kid's relationship with that thing. But that gets me excited far more than a new classroom or mindset courses. It's it just doesn't feel like the way.
As I pitch this, I'm not pitching classroom. I'm pitching the launch of that. There's something there. I'm just saying, there's something there. Even at the very
agree.
minimum, putting my capitalist hat back on, that's a great product rollout.
I agree.
So even if it's for the PR pictures, the NBA did it for Katrina one time when a bunch of NBA players came and they shook babies and they kissed hands.
They
and
shook babies?
Shook
And
baby.
they kissed hands, and then they were like, all right, bye, guys. And then and then
I
that was
love
the
your
marketing
child.
op was the thing. So even if it's a marketing op, but I do think that there is something about the young generation AI tech and the mindset piece, concluding those together and kind of implementing it.
You and me
Something
both.
there. Yeah, something there.
That's the whole pitch. All right. You nice. Clashy, one of our best map
I was
builders.
going to
What's
say,
up, Clashy?
speaking of Kaizen, Clashy says, can you give any information on upcoming updates on Project Kaizen? Also, come play at 12 p.m. PST, 3 p.m. EST,
Man, I crashed- let's go.
2100. What is that? CET? I have no idea what time zone that is. Check out the Discord
I would
for a game
assume
night.
That's central, but I don't know. Okay, so no, it must be something international because Clashy lives in Germany, but he is Dutch, if I remember this all
Correct.
correctly.
That is correct.
So first of all, shout out to Clashy. He runs amazing game nights. So if you guys want to do that, you will be richly rewarded with a very enjoyable experience at the hands of somebody who's just in the community and amazing, building maps, a lot of fun to play with. So anyway, check him out for Schways. Can I give you any informational updates? Yes. So Eunice is now here. Here is my unfiltered. This is the stuff that I say behind the scenes. That we're going to run an experiment and see if life punishes me for being honest with you guys, and if I need to start marketing better. We are moving too slowly. We are in the age of AI, and we will get surpassed despite the big head start that we have if we do not integrate AI at a clip that makes some people dizzy. This is exactly why we're trying to get the AI integration engineer in here, because we're doing it, but we don't know it well enough to do it fast enough. We are integrating AI into the new mode, whether that will be ready for you guys in the pre-alpha thing or not, we'll see. I have been frustrated with our ability to execute on the very simple things that I have been making very clear need to be executed on. So I am admittedly now stepping into a more micromanaging role, which I'm just telling you right now sometimes is the right answer. So I will get this thing across the fucking finish line. So we are going to go faster. We are going to meet the vision of the Extraction Royale, and that will be coming soon. So we have a play test today where we will find out if my new slightly more draconian approach has yielded the fruits over the last week that I'm expecting. If it has, we will have sped up by 2 or 3x. If it hasn't, then there might be a deeper problem that I'm going to have to address. So we shall see. But I am very encouraged by the injection of the most recent updates to AI for coding specifically inside of Unreal Engine. So I'll report back with more soon, but more than ever, I see Kaizen as the only thing we're doing that has multi-billion-dollar potential. And so we're parallel tracking the game and what we call the Furby. The exotics. I'm going to stop saying Furby. You're all going to have to understand what I mean by exotics, so I don't keep using somebody else's trademark term. Exotics. So
Exotics.
that's where we're at.
And a shameless self-plug, if you or anybody in the chat knows anybody who wants to work with us to be the AI engineer for the
Yes.
game,
Yeah, they got to know their shit though. This
come
is not
to the
somebody-
Discord and ping me.
This has got to be somebody that's been in AI for a minute.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for somebody who's like what we already have on staff, the really bright kid that for the last 24 months has been staying on top and testing. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for somebody that understands how to integrate this stuff, because we have to solve what, as far as I know, is a novel challenge right now of syncing the in-game and the IRL portion, actually injecting a personality into a chip that lives inside of a device. So this isn't going to be easy. So yeah, we need somebody with experience.
And also, a little bit of passion towards the game.
A little bit.
Just a little bit
won't
goes a
do
long
it.
way, I
We
think.
need somebody that's like fucking ride or die and ready for this shit. Let's go.
All right.
Big money, no whammies, Eunice.
Big money, no whammies. Who said that? That's a quote from somewhere.
That's from a game show.
What game show?
Pressure luck.
Press Your Luck? Never heard of it.
Now you have.
I know Family
Big
Feud.
money, no whammy.
All right. Next, we've got a super chat from Maverick Mentality.
Let's go.
I'm in data automation. I use AI daily. My work is terrified of it due to PHI we handle. Don't want to get left in the dust as AI takes off. Solution?
I need to know what PHI is. Can we look that up?
Personal something information?
Personal health information?
Personal health.
I'm in data. He didn't say what. I mean, I would need to understand the exact pushback that people are having. They should not be terrified. People, this is where you really do have to have
Protected health.
There we go.
Protected health.
So obviously there are going to be regulations and things that you guys are going to have to figure out, that the whole industry is going to have to figure out. This is one of the things that I like about the Trump administration is I think that they will definitely, I think they've even talked about this, that's going to become very important. So you guys are going to want to be at the intersection of two things. What is the changing legislation that's going to make this either possible or not possible? And then making sure that you guys are automating your systems in any and every way that you possibly can that's within the legislative reality. That way, as more and more things open up, you guys aren't starting flat-footed and being like, oh, now we're going to figure out AI. You have your person or people in there that are building out all the other systems where it's going to be perfectly acceptable to have AI. That will just give you a deep institutional understanding of how AI works, how to train people up on AI, how to integrate it into your systems, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I would do. Say, look, I get that we're not going to be able to use it everywhere, but we're going to use it everywhere that we can.
And to your point, I think that's the biggest hurdle of AI, or the bottleneck, is the regulations. This is protected information. This is personal information. Don't put AI on it. And just the understanding of what the tech does. Because people think AI is just going to take your information and throw it everywhere. They don't understand the proper integration and how much levels of scale they can achieve if they actually lean into it versus.
Yes, and I don't know about PHI, so I certainly don't want to pretend like that might not really be a thing. But one of the things that we're looking to build here at Impact Theory, in fact, next week, I'm going to meet with a company that we're negotiating for them to do this for us, is to turn our entire company into a one-of-one AI so that it's aware of every episode that we've ever done. So it's indexed everything we've ever done. That you could ask it based on like FAQs that I write, so that the anytime you query the system and say, what would Tom say to this? It will just give you the answer. That I think is huge. And it's either going to be them or a company like them that will build our algorithm for Kaizen, because what they're letting you do is say, okay, they've gone and made like this huge inference. Like, remember DeepSeek, the big thing that DeepSeek did was it was a far more efficient inference engine. So it was more intelligent. So the great way to understand training versus inference. Training is studying for your test. Inference is giving the answers on the test. So when you train, you're taking in just all this data, and you're making like you have this just massive, like, these are all the things that happened. Inference is going, how does Genghis Khan relate to Napoleon Bonaparte? That's inference. And it gives you like this incredible breakdown. So what you want is something where you can build a worldview and then train the inference in your way, so that now we may all look at the data in the same way. Like, take Destiny and I, right? We look at the same data, we come up with very different conclusions. That's inference. And so by being able to build a one-of-one impact theory set of inference on the world's data, oh my God, it's literally life through the impact theory lens. So I think that's going to become really common. So that's going to be an area that I would also say people want to lean into, find these companies, and then like figure out how do we leverage that so that everybody in the company is going to get similar answers to, what do we do here as a part of our culture, our company, our goals? What do we do in this situation? Oh my God, I think it's going to be amazing.
Just want to do a quick time check, by the way, everybody. 7:58 a.m. on our side.
5 more minutes.
Which means we got 5 more minutes of super chats, and we got quite a few super chats.
And what time do we have to heads
8:30.
down? 8:30? Okay, so we have 5 more minutes of this, and then we have 30 minutes of just engaging with chat, and then heads down.
Because then we got to prep.
Correct.
So.
You have to write your intro. David Naylor says, I loved the first Ghost in the Shell movie. It seemed to throw a lot of people off at the time. When thinking about AI, another non-anime series that comes to mind is Battlestar Galactica. Take care.
I've not watched the remake of Battlestar Galactica, though I am told it was amazing. I tried it and it felt like, yeah, if Lisa was into it, I'd watch it, but it did not crack into that zone of like, yo, this is legitimately amazing. Forgive me. But yeah, so I don't know a lot about it. I watched the original when I was a kid and so thought it was cool, but I was too young to take any deep message away from it. But Ghost in the Shell is legitimately incredible. The original movie, that is.
Sequoia Hall, thank you for your $10. Sequoia Hall says, we are building something like that in-house for Mindy.
Let's go. Let's go, Sequoia. That is the play. Now, I have to believe, Sequoia, that you mean Mindy Pels, one of this household's favorite people. If that is indeed true, I need to burn into my memory, Sequoia Hall, that you are on Team Mindy, for Mindy is amazing. Well then now I'm very convinced. I see Mindy's face every day because Lisa keeps her book right next to where she preps her food. I don't know if it's meant to keep her honest or what, but Mindy is an ongoing part of this household. So anybody that's a friend of Mindy's is a instant friend of this show. So yes, I love it. And by the way, Sequoia Hall, keep us updated, which I know you have a back channel directly to Lisa. Keep us up to date, please, on what you guys are doing. So if there's anything that we can learn from you, we would love that the most.
South MC, thank you for your $10. South MC says, Mark Cuban yesterday was on X making the argument that our service industry is where the real value is in our economy and reshoring production was bad. With AI, shouldn't we diversify into goods?
That felt like a hard left there at the end. Okay, so let me try to channel what Mark is saying. Mark is very smart. Until his Kamala run, I always saw him as extremely sincere. That felt a little propaganda-y, but let's assume that he is saying this sincerely. I'm really trying, chat, because it seems so blind to something so obvious that I would very much like to see if he has a take. Okay, so I love America as also having a services industry. Clearly, tech is what the American economy thrives on, so that's missing seems weird. And the need to onshore manufacturing from a war with China perspective seems so self-evident to me that I don't know why he would push back. So if I'm channeling him, Tom, it's not that I don't want manufacturing. It's that I don't want to try to manufacture everything here. That would be nonsensical because you are just going to raise the prices on everything. And so there's no need to do that. He is right about that. But if reading between the lines is accurate and he's saying that we don't need to onshore any manufacturing, that is nuts. So, man, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Another person that I think is super bright. So
can I
don't
slack
wanna
this to you,
impugn
Eric?
bad
We can throw
motives,
this up.
Yeah, that would be super weird.
Let's finish the super chat stuff. Yeah.
All right, we've got just a few more and we're running out of time. Paul says, Paul, thank you for your first super chat, by the way. Paul says, what would you recommend for a self-diagnostic test to get an external view of my strengths and attributes, Colby, DISC, or others?
Do a search on YouTube or Instagram for AI prompt if you want to know who you really are, and then run that. You will be astonished at how deep it will go and how it just is not going to pull punches. So while I think DISC and others are useful in the age of AI, they seem more like a blunt instrument that is not going to be nearly as detailed as going in and engaging with AI in a very deep and data-driven way. Now, it's possible that you don't have enough data points to feed it, but anyway, it will aggregate all of those things anyway. So I would say go and talk to AI about that. You can have a far more interesting, in-depth, and nuanced conversation with the incredible intellect that you can find behind the one that I use the most is 4.5, ChatGPT 4.5. So that would be my recommendation. And you can find some pretty impressive prompts for how to get it to really break you down.
RMR323 says, This is referring back to those courses. Says, what about Zoom? In order to reach as many as possible and come up with specific topics to think through together. I'd pay $500 for 5 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting. It's one of those, there might really be a business model there, but you learn very quickly in business that what you say no to is as important as what you say yes to. Doing something for kids has been on our radar for a very long time. And the reality was we just had too many things that we were doing. And so a little over 2 years ago, I instituted a no new things policy. So it's not that I think it's a bad idea. It's not even that it doesn't speak to my soul, but it requires some amount of energy from me. And I don't believe in that nearly as much as I believe in the impact that we can have. And it far more aligns with my passions to do it through gaming. I think that we will reach orders of magnitude more people through gaming, especially because I think the lines between gaming and real life are going to continue to be blurred, which is exactly why we're trying to create the character that you have an ongoing relationship with in and out of the game. I think that will be far more transformational than any class that I could give them.
And our last 2 super chats of the day, or I guess I should say of this time slot.
Yeah, people should stop submitting. No more super chats. It will have to cross the $20 threshold in order to be read for the rest of the chat.
Dalton says, you nice, let me know where I should reach out. Dalton, I don't know if you've seen it, but I've dropped the link for the website and the email that you should reach out to for the Scale program like 5 times for you in the chat. I will drop it one more time.
Let's go.
Get your scroll on.
But keep your eyes out for my message, Dalton. I posted it. I'm sending it to you, man.
Let's do it.
Maverick Mentality, this is the last super chat. Maverick Mentality says, big respect, Tom. You reframed how I critically think.
Wow. That means a lot, Maverick. So I appreciate that very, very much. Long may it continue.
Shout out to Maverick. All right, let's pull up that link, Eric, because it's a good conversation, and he always also bleeds into like tariffs and stuff. So,
what conversation is this?
This is the Mark Cuban one.
Oh, let's go.
I
Was
sent-
this
I sent you 2, so
chat
the one on
thing
the top
or a
one,
video?
top one on first. Yep. It's text. Yeah, can you zoom in a little bit? So CNN was responding. Well, let's play that. How long is that video at the bottom? Yeah, we got time.
45 seconds. Let's go. This is Howard, right?
Yep.
T-shirts,
This is the golden
sneakers,
age,
towels.
and you're talking about it today.
Are we going to make all those things in the United States? None of them are made here. TVs, electronics.
Why did we stop? Because we entered into an illogical world of low tariffs here and high tariffs there. So everybody could go find the cheapest place in the world. I mean, think about it. Why would a factory that was making cars in Michigan move to Canada? Because I tell you why. Because they did it because there weren't unions in these locations. We harmed American workers in exchange for what? The prices of cars didn't come down.
Yeah.
Donald Trump
Secretary
understands it. He's going to
Yeah.
bring it back. Coming back.
T-shirts,
This is the golden
sneakers,
age, and you're
towels.
talking
Are we
about
gonna-
it today.
All right, and we scroll up to Mark Cuban's response.
All right. America has a global trade surplus on services. Services have the highest margins and profits of our exports. This is where capital and expertise focus to gain the greatest return for investors, which is exactly why the U.S. dominates in tech globally. The smart money will invest in tech long before more inexpensive consumer goods. Yeah, he is right about that. But what he seems to be sidestepping is if you, through tariffs, can get your companies to, or even international companies, to want to manufacture in the U.S., you create jobs for the American people.
And the second one too, Eric.
And one of the questions that people have to ask is, okay, did it harm? In fact, look at this through the lens of base assumptions. Howard Lutnick, again, one of the great capital allocators of our day, Howard Lutnick has the base assumption running that you're going to be able to create jobs for Americans by bringing manufacturing back. That seems self-evidently true if tariffs cause people to say, just like he was pointing out, that by not having tariffs in other countries and not having unions, which makes labor cheaper, you go there to create those opportunities to make those things. But now you hollow out the jobs for people that are most likely to graduate from high school and want to go immediately into that kind of job. And so all of that stuff goes away. Now, I have a base assumption that the deaths of despair are connected to that change in the way that America works, that globalization led to a lot of, especially young men, to graduate high school and feel like there's nowhere for them to go. They don't resonate with or just don't process information, I'm trying to be polite, or don't have the cognitive horsepower to go into white collar work, but they would have been amazing at working with their hands, blue collar work, many of whom they have a high degree of intelligence. It just plays out better in a physical realm. I grew up with a lot of those people. And when you just plain don't manufacture, then you don't create those opportunities. And so the question becomes, do we want to? Like, is there a must? Now, if I'm right that deaths of despair are a response to a certain type of American not having a place to find meaning and purpose as they get older to be able to take care of their families, then yes, you do have an obligation. Now, if I'm wrong about that base assumption and that deaths of despair are totally unrelated, and it's just the presence of opioids that leads them down that path, which I think that there's evidence that would be pretty easy to find that shows that that's not the case. I mean, you don't have to go much farther than if you put rats in a maze and they're bored, they'll do cocaine until they die. If you put rats inside of a space where their intellect is constantly challenged, that they don't do cocaine just of their own choice. Something tells me you're going to find that play out in the human experience as well. So, I'm not saying that we should back off from letting capital allocators do what they're going to do. And if that means that they're going to move into these high return sectors like tech, yep, get that, love that, wouldn't want to stop them from doing it. However, as I think about, you have a looming war with China and all of your chips are made in the most vulnerable place in the world. So again, I'm not pitching that we want to bring all manufacturing back. That would probably be pretty bad for our way of life. Specialization is extraordinary. Specialization at the level of countries is probably pretty valuable still. There's a concept known as friend shoring. So maybe not everything comes back to America, but we make sure that we have it with very strong, long-standing allies. There's going to be things like that. But when people are not talking about that level of what we discovered in COVID is our supply chains are all beholden to other countries, and that puts us in a very fragile position. When I don't hear people talk about that, then it feels a little disingenuous. I don't want to jump straight to that because maybe he's just trying to bring people's attention to another aspect of the debate that he may feel is being underserved. And I think he's right. But to not talk about the desire to address American jobs, to not talk about the deaths of despair, to not talk about, most importantly in my book, what the potential problems of having your enemy making most of your goods, like that seems crazy. Like you've got to take in the whole of that complexity.
Can we put in the second part of Mark Cuban's tweet? Because I think that is perfect. Somebody replied to him and said, well, people tariff us. Why can't we just do reciprocal tariffs? And Mark Cuban's response is, the devil is in the details. Let's say a Chinese company sells shoes directly on Amazon, Temu, Shein, and Alibaba, and they sell the same shoes to U.S. importers who add their own brand and sell it on Amazon. The Chinese company will sell to a subsidiary company that retails and delivers products in the USA, and on those products and on those apps for much less than they sell to the American company. So the Chinese company will give their own constituents like a discount where the American companies, they'll put a premium on.
Yep.
Because they sell to themselves for a lower price than the U.S. company, they pay a lower tariff. So they have a huge pricing advantage. So the tariffs give the Chinese company an advantage over the American companies that import their products. And just about every Chinese company does this. So switching manufacturers doesn't remove the problem. There needs to be a cost parity after tariffs are applied.
Okay, so I actually waded into this one. So I don't know if it pops up on your feed depending on whether you guys are following my account or not, but scroll down. It should be there, assuming, no. So you'd see it quickly on mine. But anyway, my response after reading some of the comments and seeing some of the back and forth that Cuban engaged in, it was basically, God, what did Cuban say? Does Cuban have any replies there? He was basically saying, never mind, I remember. He was saying that what ends up happening is the Chinese companies are going to drive their costs down, and because their shoes are cheaper and it's the same product, that people are going to gravitate towards the one that's cheaper, and therefore the companies that have the same product at a higher price, they're going to go out of business, and the companies that have the lower price are going to be the ones gobbling up the revenue. Okay, he's right about that. But it does beg the question, without needing him to argue either for or against whether this is good, I want to know, does he agree that it will onshore manufacturing? What it will do is put evolutionary pressure onto those companies that want to sell, to innovate, to make locally, and to come up with a better product. And so I get why people want to just white label something that's Chinese made. Not saying that's bad by any means, and what a wonderful world that we live in that people can do that. But I'm also not mad if the outcome solves the other problems I was talking about before, which again, I don't know it will, but if it does, it becomes very important to address American jobs, to address the fact that we have deaths of despair, to address the fact that we have no supply chains independent of China, or not none, but so very few. And that there will be certainly key strategic ones that we will want to onshore for that reason. And introducing a new idea here, it puts evolutionary pressure on our own companies to innovate and come up with a product that is better. And so that's where you get these second and third order consequences that can actually be better. And so there's a really interesting thing that's happened on the tariff wars that all came before, that China has, as far as I can tell, and I'm not an expert, but as far as I can tell, China has outperformed us on electric vehicles, that they are just way cooler than what Tesla's doing, and Tesla's way cooler than anything else that's happening in America. So China, we're like, yo, we got to keep these guys out. Like, if we let them in, they're just going to eat up all of our US manufacturing. And so there is these defensive plays where you don't want to crater the US electric vehicle market for a whole host of reasons, including for the same reason people are paranoid about Huawei and 5G. Do you really want them to be able to, at the snap of a finger, go, oh, by the way, Stuxnet style, we had embedded something so deep in the firmware of these cars that you couldn't detect it, and now we're at war with you, we shut it off. No one's car works. So do you really want to be in that position? And I would say the answer is no. So as you try to map the way I'm thinking through the problem, I'm not even saying that he's wrong. I'm just saying he's not talking about parts that I think are incredibly important. I don't think he replied to my question, but I'd be very curious to know the answer to that. Does he think that the knock-on effect will be what I'm expecting the knock-on effect to be?
Yeah, I found your response. That's like to you, Eric, if you want to pull it up. All right, we got to start figuring out a heartbeat of this episode.
Yes, we do. And I am about to wet my pants. I need to pee so desperately. I'm in this battle between, if I don't drink enough, my throat goes dry. But because I keep drinking, I need to pee. So I'm going to do that now while you start to focus on that. And then technically we still have 15 minutes with, actually that's a lie.
That's a lie.
12 minutes with chat.
All right, chat. Anything you want to see in the episode today? It's going live.
Hit us with it. I'll check it out as soon as I get back.
Drop links. Let us know what you're thinking.
Drop the topics in the chat.
Topics in the chat. Links in the Discord.
Links in the Discord.
Do we have the Discord link? Let's drop that in the chat.
Yeah, and if you're on Twitch, you could just drop the links directly on Twitch too.
Okay. Potty breaks all around.
Another round.
You have to go to the restroom?
I have an iron bladder.
An iron bladder.
So I'm pretty good.
Nice.
To be honest.
Okay, Eunice.
Yeah.
How are you today?
I'm tired.
You're tired?
I'm very tired.
You're not a morning person?
I am a morning person, but I couldn't sleep last night.
Oh.
Like, I started wearing my watch to sleep, to like track my sleep.
Yeah.
And the amount of like times where it's like, awake, 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 awake. I was like, damn. Yeah.
I had a buddy one time who told me the better way to like see how somebody's doing is not to ask them, how you doing? How's things going? But how have you been sleeping lately? So Eunice, how have you been sleeping lately?
Last night I did not sleep well.
Oh.
There's a lot to do today before vacation.
Eunice is going to be out next week. We're going to miss her, guys. Yeah. So it's going to be... Oh, that is the name of the show, While You Were Peeing.
While You Were Peeing?
Drew and Eunice. I love that. We finally found a name.
Oh, my God.
All right, give me a cool thing that you've seen today. I have one, but I'll let you go first.
You go first, please.
I actually stopped and looked at the sunset. I mean, the sunrise.
Oh, you're not a sunrise sunset person?
No, I love the sunset sunrise,
Okay.
but I just like today it looked phenomenal. And
It
think
did. I took a
sometimes you
video.
have to slow things down and like just take it. I posted it on my Instagram. It was nice.
Oh, cute.
Yeah.
I
it was
think
nice.
all of us actually stopped and took a picture of it today because when I went to go open the door for Herson, I opened it and then I saw him go for the door and then he turned around and then he walked away and I was like, where is he going? And then I saw him pull out his phone and he was walking.
It's the little things, you know. I lost a friend yesterday, so I've been like super like
Oh.
feeling moody. So every now and then, I'm like, you know, I just gotta stop and like, take
Yeah.
the little things, you know.
It is
Take
the
those
little
moments.
things. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I do, I actually have like a nightly gratitude journal. So like every night I write down like 3 good things that happened to me that day.
Nice.
Because I feel like when I didn't do that, I was so like, I was getting like bogged down by all like the negative stuff I was seeing all the time. And I'm like, oh, that's right. How am I going to survive? Like everything is getting more expensive or like, oh my God, I am stressed at work or whatever. But I feel like writing down those little things every night has been like, it's kind of nice, even if they're nothing grand.
But that's the thing, yeah, you can find gratitude anywhere. I love that.
Yeah.
That kind of grounds you. I love
Yeah. It's nice.
it. Okay, that was my nice thing. What was your nice thing that you?
Well, I also took a picture of the sunrise.
Don't try to steal mine.
Honestly, if I'm, I am no one. I'm sorry.
Thank you for condolences, chat. I see it. Thank you.
Yeah.
That means a lot, guys.
I no one says I'm grateful for the ability to be a dick.
Freedom is important.
Freedom is important.
Freedom is important.
Yeah, actually, just to bounce off that, no, I don't have anything good this morning because one of the reasons.
Yesterday, the last 24 hours.
Well, I was gonna say one of the reasons why I wasn't able to sleep is because I woke up to a text in the middle of the night from my sister saying that her dog passed away, and we loved that dog.
Man.
Yeah, so like.
What kind of dog was it?
It was a tiny little wiener dog. She's 16. She lived a good long life, so it was nothing crazy, you know, peaceful, whatever. But yeah, also, yeah.
Man.
You put him down?
Yeah. No, peaceful in the arms at night.
In the arms at night.
Yep.
That's
She's old. She was old. Yep.
You ever witnessed a creature die?
Yes, many times actually.
It's super weird. Don't like anything about it.
My dog, my childhood dog, the one that I'm the most attached to, the one that is my phone background, the one that I think about every single day.
Wow.
She got bit and mangled by a coyote.
Oh, Jesus.
So that was not pleasant. So
and you were there.
I was there when my mom called me to tell me like this is happening, and I said, "Oh my God," and I panicked.
Yeah, that's right.
Some Scorpio pulse saying "in the arms of an angel," like that dog commercial. That's crazy. I'm also someone who, when these moments happen or whatever, like I really try to like find humor in everything, because these things are always so like, I don't know. Like I feel like they're so heavy for me to just be like, oh.
Yeah.
You know. So.
Oh, I hear.
Yeah.
I try to take a point to feel all my feelings.
Yeah.
And it's like I feel them, process them, and then
Yeah.
all right, move on.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a sad day, and I admit that I'm sad, and I do all the sad things, and I
Yeah.
have a sad boy party, and it's cool. But then after that, the party's done, and you know.
Yeah.
I move on with my life.
I agree. I have a lot of feelings as well.
The first dog Lisa and I got ended up being like a super bonding thing for us. Like just was so cool. And I wouldn't say he had a long life because he had some health problems, but when he died, I really thought I had like, we knew he was dying, he had a heart condition.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was like, well, when he goes, you know, it is what it is, and I'll be sad. But, dude, I was like a Turkish woman throwing myself on his coffin. It was crazy. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And because they're like, do you want to see the body? And I would not have predicted that I had some weird need to see the body. But I was like, yes, please. And they brought him in to the room, and like rigor mortis is starting to set in. And I just really lost it. It was so shocking. I was like, whoa, I am not often caught off guard by my own like internal life. Mm-hmm. And that one really caught me off guard. Mm. And so I realized, I'm not as in control of these emotions as I would really like to be. It's pretty crazy. And I'm being thwarted by my gum here. Okay.
Would you ever, never mind, I'm not going to ask this question.
Well, now I'm so curious.
I
Ask it.
was going to say, would you ever have a segment where you're like, all right, now Drew, Eunice, and I are all going to take nicotine gum at the same time? It just...
Let's go.
I wish it hit that hard. I would say
That's what I'm
not
imagining,
quite in
Drew.
that
That's what
zone.
I'm imagining.
But yeah, hey, it's open. If any of you guys would like some, take some for sure.
No, I'm good actually. We already had this conversation off camera a couple of weeks ago, maybe a week ago, where I was like, if I wanted nicotine, I would just go outside and smoke a cigarette.
Like an
That's
adult.
horrible.
like an adult. All right.
Taking it into your life.
But I would look so cool, guys. Right?
We need the impact theory hookah.
No.
Sure about that.
No. All right, guys, back on topic. If you guys have any topics that you want them to shout out, last episode, you guys really helped us out with getting some topics
came
in
in with
last
a big
minute.
win.
Yeah, you guys came in clutch. So if you guys have anything, any links, any topics, please, and thank you.
Lyrith had a good point of like, what do you see as the future of like forums, like Reddit, discourse, like when AI is fully matriculated, it's everywhere now. Like, but my response was kind of like, I think platforms are going to change fundamentally too, kind of like what Jack Dorsey was saying in our yesterday episode. Like, algorithms are going to get reworked. Like, I think everything is going to be changed, so I can't necessarily even imagine what the future discourse would look like. It might be a VR whole world thing as opposed to just like text, you know?
Well, so you have a big problem with the dead internet theory, where the vast majority of content is AI speaking to AIs. So I do definitely worry about that. There will be some form of proof of human. So then you might get things where it's just people, where you know this is a verified human. So that's probably where that goes, that there will be vast swaths of data that people will just begin to tune out very quickly. People will regroup with humans, and then it will look very similar, just with a tag of proof of human. Because I don't see, the one that gets me is entertainment. What happens to entertainment? Because that really, I think ultimately in the final analysis, people will not care if it's human made. Not for the most part. I mean, like anything, you're like, this thing matters to me a little bit more because of the backstory of the artist or whatever. That's a real thing. But when you think about the number of things that you watch on Netflix, it's like most of them are just like, oh, that was fun. It isn't like, oh, there's some real deep connection that I have to the thing. And so since AI will over time, this won't be the thing in the beginning, but AI over time will be able to determine, you look away at this frequency on a normal show, this one you're paying more attention to, so give them more of that. They've increased the frequency with which they look away, so we've got to change. The story will change in real time, over time. The algorithms will also just get better at knowing, given the time of day, the readings that we're getting from your device, how you slept last night, like this is the thing that you should watch. And people will start being like, wow, it doesn't seem like the thing I'm going to be into, but I'm going to be into it. I just trust my AI to present me with the thing. And so like, even when I think about, every now and then, Lisa and I will do like, oh, let's just look at funny videos. And that is a pure algorithm play. Like, it's just showing you one thing after another, and it gets what vibe you're into. And it's pretty crazy how fast it shifts. So that level of influence will be very interesting.
All right. Heartbeat of the episode.
All right. Well, okay. I was like,
I love where we're starting with the curing the disease, AI, anti-radiation, future of warfare.
that's where you want to start?
I appreciate that start.
AI into future tech?
Yeah. And then
here for that.
Bitcoin Strategic Reserve being official.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah, they signed a deal with that. The Writers' Room Are Dead was a very interesting article. We don't have to go through the whole article, but it was like a series of tweets.
Where is that?
That's under entertainment, row 17.
Got it. Let me pull it up. Yeah. You might want to throw it up for chat since I'm going to be looking at it here. The TV writer career path as we knew it is over. Short rooms, fewer episodes, long gaps between seasons if they come back at all. If you're still waiting for the industry to bounce back to normal, it's time to pivot. Some key takeaways from this must-read piece. Staffing is no longer a sustainable career. Mini rooms are now the norm, not the exception. The ladder to showrunner, broken. Residuals are shrinking or gone. Even big hits are getting canceled early. So what now? Writers need to stop thinking like employees and start thinking like entrepreneurs. Always good advice. Create IP, write across mediums, build something your own, something that doesn't rely on a single streamer's green light. The future is global, independent, and multi-platform. Be nimble, build your brand, tell great stories everywhere you can. If you're not already thinking this way, start today. This is the new normal. Dude, that is so true. We should definitely talk about that because that will lead directly into AI creation and what that's going to mean. And so, yeah, I love that.
Yeah. Because I just feel like entertainment fundamentally is going to change. Entertainment as a career.
Even what he's talking about is so near term.
Yeah.
Like the medium term of, say, 7 years. Interactive worlds, relationships with characters, blurring the lines between real life and the game. Within 15 years, you're full of Ready Player One. Honestly, I don't think it will take nearly that long, but I'm just going to give myself a nice long runway where you spend the largest chunk of your discretionary free time in a virtual world, for sure.
If there was like an interactive Housewives world, would you join it, Eunice?
Like I get to be a housewife?
Yes, correct.
Any season, any cast, whatever it is, you come home and all the housewives are like, "Hey, girl, welcome home." Like, is that like, I'm in, like me?
No, because I know it's fake.
Oh, that's because you've never interacted with it in a way where it is so compelling that virtual person knows you and is optimized to challenge you just the right amount.
So I would get into fights and drama with them too.
It would all feel real. Remember, it can already pass the Turing test. You can already, if they can't see them, you can already convince somebody, no, that's the real person for sure, guaranteed. And it's not, it's AI. And that's getting better by the second. And so this becomes a compelling world once it's like you're only engaging because it's so fascinating and so cool and you feel so connected and you feel so a part of something. And so it will only become a question of, okay, given that I know that they're not real, are they helping me achieve a goal I care about? So it could just be that your discretionary gaming time is now spent inside of that world where you know you're playing a game and the game gives you quests. And so you've got to go do things in this relational game. But it plays out so well. It's like really going, like, have you ever done those murder mystery things?
Yeah.
You know it's fake, but it's so fun and so compelling that it's like, oh man, this is really a good time. It's like D&D. Everything will be like D&D, but you'll be immersed.
I think if it was characters that I didn't already know or like a world that I already didn't know. So like, because I already know all of Real Housewives, like history and whatever, I feel like that's why it feels so fake to me. Cause I'm like, oh, I know you're not actually saying that to me because you would have said something else in season 2 or whatever, you know? But if it was like a D&D world where I was a new character and they were all new characters that I had no other association with before ever, and it was a game like that, yeah. Oh, hell yeah, I would play. I'd be down.
Ready.
And then I would probably be like, oh man, my characters in my game, I'd probably get a little too attached to them, and then I'd have to step back and be like, okay, we're not doing that because I care about these characters now and I'm spending more time with my characters than with my family.
That
and then
is
that's
a real
crazy.
concern.
And then I'm like, all right, we're turning it off because I have boundaries.
But what happens when you're like, but the characters in my game are better people than my family?
That's false. You'll never hear me say that statement. That's false.
I want to play this back in 15 years.
Go ahead, play it back.
There is a slippery slope of people who legitimately this is going to sound so biased, but I didn't realize how there are people who like hate their family. I never want to go home. And there's crazy backgrounds, all that, like all those things aside, but just like people who came from like 2-parent households that they take care of them, they love them, they drove them to school, and it's like, no, I never want to talk to them again. So I see this happening where there are going to be people who are like, I can go into this new reality and be this new person and never have to go back home. And I feel like that is going to
that's fine for them, but yeah. I feel like I have such a great relationship with my family and with my sibling and all these things that I've worked really hard on that I'm like, I don't think an AI could replace it. Like my mother's hug. No, like the tenderness of her words to me and how much she supports me? No. My sister's like pep talks right when she knows I need them? Absolutely not. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah, so.
But I also know the bot that reads your body language far better than your mother and can adjust the pressure of the hug.
No,
to
they're not going to be touching me,
optimize
first of all. That's
the-
crazy.
Again, play that back for me in 15 years. And look,
Somebody clip it.
People should be very careful not to lose touch with the real people in their lives.
Yeah.
That would be terrible. But that's what's going to happen. This stuff will be so optimized that people will have to draw lines to say, this is how much time I allow myself to interact with this, and then I've got to peel myself away. But for people that are lonely, that don't have family, things like that, that just all goes away. So when you think about taking care of old people, like imagine having a bot that you're never alone in the old folks home. You've got one or two bots that are there that can effectively play the role of your children. They care about you. They're worried about you. They're checking in on you. How'd you do with your drugs? You've got inside jokes, all of that. And it really will fill that void. There won't be a way to stop it subconsciously because it will be able to cue off of all of that subconscious stuff and really feed you the things that you need to respond positively.
I like Thylo Savage's comment that says bot dash Y language, bot
Nice.
language.
Indeed.
Okay, 8:35. We got to lock in.
All right, here it is. Okay, this is where
Blake,
I
you got
headphone up.
You got the heartbeat of the episode.
Love you
feel good?
guys. Not yet. But I know that I owe you an intro by 9 or we are having a shorter episode.
And then for the reactions, I do think we should do the reaction of Destiny. You want Destiny?
Yeah.
And then Gavin and Charlie.
Okay, here's the real question. Do we reshoot that or do we take that portion out of the live because we've already done it and insert it into this?
Even better.
That would definitely get my vote.
Okay, question for the chat. If you had to make a future AI thing, what would it be? So we have retirement home on the table. We have a virtual housewives episode. I seen immersive One Piece from Straw Hat, or immersive One Piece like land world, like you're a new pirate
That one's a
on the
guarantee.
ship.
Guarantee.
What would be your kind of virtual Ready Player One world that you would like to dive in? And I'll call some of these out.
That's a good one.
Do you have one?
You know, I think more than AI. Did you ever play Toontown? Ever at all? Or ever watch a? No? Okay, well in Toontown there's this game, throwback game, online web game. There's this thing where you just throw a little like black hole in the ground and you could like just teleport to the new place, right? Because it was Toontown, obviously it's a gimmick. More than AI, that's what I want. Is the little teleport that could like teleport me to wherever I wanted to be in that moment. Because I feel like as I grow up, I feel like I'm so separated from people.
Yeah.
So I would rather be like.
So forget Ready
It'd be
Player
cool
One,
if I
you
was like a
want
hologram.
transportation. You
Like
want
if I was a hologram from Star Wars that could see them and they could see me, type of thing. You know what I mean?
So that way it's like, okay, instead of driving to go visit my family, I could like do, and it'll pop up, and then
Correct.
I'm in the
Or
living
like
room.
I'm like right now I'm missing my niece grow up. So if my sister's like, oh my gosh, like she's like having this really cute moment, she could like drop down the hologram, and I could be like, oh my gosh, that's so cute. Like while I'm just chilling in my apartment and not feel like I'm missing out on anything.
So like FaceTime times like 1,000,000.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. That's I feel like what I would want.
That's a good one.
The
Okay.
most.
I don't know if they're with us, but Fenachek, we are getting your link from Discord. I think this is a pretty good one. So just as encouragement to anybody that wants something covered, make sure you drop it into Discord. Eunice is passing those along.
Ooh.
And this one is pretty good. So we've got, according to Reuters, U.S. court denies Elon Musk preliminary injunction to stop OpenAI from going for profit. So I think that's worth covering.
Yeah, I want to say that happened a couple of days ago. Oh, yes. Got it.
Let's see what I was saying. Amplify games, video games into simulations times 1,000,000 hyper realities. Brandon,
So you're actually getting shot. You're actually in the war. That's the thing. Like a hyper realistic game doesn't sound fun to me. I want to kill my character. I don't want to be the character.
yeah, same. Brandon says cyberpunk world would be sick.
I feel like cyberpunk is what we're going toward.
Super Blue says, I'm disabled, so raising an AI kid to play games with me,
Oh, that would be awesome.
that'd be cool. Brooklyn says, I would love to create some kind of AI brain connection that would play my dreams out on a screen. Brooklyn! Yes, 100%.
So you can actually see what you were dreaming about?
Yes, because if I don't dream that often, but when I do dream, I immediately write it down, like in my notes, and I like have to do like a voice note because I'm like, I don't want to forget it. I don't want to forget it. So that would be like the best thing.
Okay, hear me out. Has this ever happened to you? Have you ever had a dream that was like a future moment, and then you actually like live that moment, and then you're like, yo, I dreamed this before?
Yeah.
I feel like that happens to me like way too often to like,
Yeah.
okay, I thought I had superpowers.
Or I'll
Okay.
have dreams where it's like somebody in my life is like giving me like a tip about something, or like being like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that, or whatever. And then I'll like,
Sorry to interrupt. How did we miss this? Tucker Carlson did an interview with Sam Bankman-Fried, who's on the same cell block as Diddy.
With Diddy.
What is happening? Can you pull this up? Chat, shame on all of us for missing this.
got it for you. I'm dropping it in Slack.
I think it was George that gave us this, so shout out to George.
Eric,
no, it was Will. I take it all back.
hit you,
Will, shout out to
directly.
Will.
So where are you?
We're going to need to speed this up, unfortunately, because we're so pressed for time. Yeah, but please play at, do it to me at 1.5.
In NBC Brooklyn, in a little side room.
How long have you been there?
I've been in prison for about what's it been now? It's been about 2 years.
So what's it
Whoa.
It's sort of dystopian. You know, the fortunate thing, the place I'm in, I'm not invisible danger. And frankly, a lot of the staff, they're trying to be helpful. They're trying to do what they can given the constraints. But no one wants to be in prison. And you can imagine what happens when you take sort of 40 people, all who've been at least charged with crimes and lock them in a single room for years on end and throw out the key, which is the most trivial things become all that people have left to care about.
Yes. Have you had any problems?
Not of the sort of acute kind. Like I haven't been attacked or anything like that. I've had a lot of logistical problems. And, the biggest, frankly, was when I was on trial, trying to get access to legal work was nearly impossible. I would, on a typical trial day, they'd wake me up at 4 a.m. I'd spend 5 hours in various buses, vans, and holding cells until my trial started in the morning. Then trial straight through to 5 p.m., another 4 hours in holding cells and vans. I'd get back at 9 p.m., way after any access to legal work was cut off for the day. So that was the biggest problem.
So what do you do all day when you're not on trial?
Well, it's a really good question because there's not a whole lot to do in prison. I read books. I've, started reading novels again. I play some chess, and I work on my legal case to the extent I can. There's appeal, there are other things. I do what work I can from in here on that, but the lack of other meaningful things to spend my time on is one of the most kind of soul-crushing things about prison.
I gotta say, we've never talked before, but obviously I've watched you from afar, and I just also say I feel sorry for every man in prison, no matter what he's accused of or did. I don't think we should be locking people away. I guess we have to, but I feel sorry for everyone in prison. I'm just saying.
Jump to 442 for me, because
you do seem kind of...
Obviously, don't have a lot of time here.
442?
Yeah, 4 minutes and 42 seconds.
So, have you made friends there? Are you hanging with Diddy? I think he's in there with you.
He is. And it's, I don't know, he's been kind. I've made some friends. It's a weird environment. It's sort of a combination of a few other high profile cases and then a lot of, ex-gangsters or sort of, alleged ex-gangsters.
Yes. Definitely alleged. So what's Diddy like?
Obviously I've only seen one piece of him, which is, Diddy in prison. And, he's been kind to people in the unit. He's been kind to me. It's also, it's a position no one wants to be in. Obviously he doesn't, as you said, it's kind of a soul-crushing place for the world in general. And, what we see are just the people that are around us on the inside rather than who we are on the outside.
Oh, I'm sure. And you're two of the most famous prisoners in the world in the same unit. What do the armed robbers think?
Well, it's a really interesting question. And of course, some of them are, I think are thinking wow, this is sort of a big opportunity, to meet people they wouldn't otherwise get to meet, which is, it shocked me the first time I did that. Right? It makes sense from their perspective, but boys, not how I think about prison.
Sorry.
Sorry to laugh. No, that's actually good. I bet it's not how you think about it. No.
No, and laughing is all you can do sometimes. There's no better alternative. They're good at chess.
Go to
That's one thing.
937 for me.
Bonus. So, I mean, big picture, without getting into like all the details of your case, but it does seem like you guys made a decision at your company to form political alliances through political donations, which is not singling you out. You're hardly the only businessman who's done that. It's actually kind of par now. But you gave so much to Democrats that I kind of thought they would rescue you in the end. Where were all your friends in the Democratic Party? They usually keep their friends from going to jail. Tony Podesta never went to jail. Why did you?
Oh, it's a really good question. Obviously, I can only guess at the answer to that. I can only speculate because I'm not in their minds. But, one fact that might be relevant is, in 2020, I was center left and I gave to Biden's campaign. I was optimistic he'd be a sort of solid center left president. I spent the next few years in DC a lot. I made dozens of trips there and was really, really shocked by what I saw, not in a good direction from the administration. By late 2022, I was giving to Republicans privately as much as Democrats. And that started becoming known right around FTX's collapse. So that probably played a role.
Why were you shocked? I know you spent a lot of time in DC. There are pictures of you with, everyone. You met everybody. What was shocking about it?
So some of it was just more extreme versions of what I worried about. Crypto regulation is a good example. I never thought that, frankly, the Democrats in general would be the party taking the lead on good financial regulation. But there were good and bad people in each party and a lot of thoughtful players. But Gensler's SEC was something out of a nightmare. A company would go offer something in the United States, Gensler would sue them to the ground for not registering. So go to Gensler to register, say, hey, we'd love to register. Obviously says what you want, what should we register as? And the SEC would say, well, there's nothing for you to register as. We don't have any ideas. And there's no solution. They required licenses that they didn't know how to give. And every company in crypto ran into this. They basically failed to register a single person.
Go to 1524, please.
What do you think of the future of crypto? Obviously, you must have complicated feelings since you were in a crypto company. You're in jail because of it, but you know a lot about the topic. You sort of feel like things are moving very fast on crypto. Do you think they're moving in a good direction? I know it's sort of weird to ask you this question, but I can't resist.
No, hopefully is what I would say. You look at what the Trump administration said, going into office, there are a lot of good things. There are a lot of things that, were very different from the stance that the Biden administration took, that Gensler and the SEC took. Obviously, the follow-through is what matters. And that's the stage that we're at now, which is what will come of this. And, not surprisingly, changing the guard helps. But financial regulators, they're big, giant bureaucracies in the federal government. They're not used to changing overnight. And they have been playing a really obstructive role for, a decade in crypto. The U.S., it's 30% of the world's finance. It's about 5% of the world's crypto. And the reason it's entirely regulatory, it's just the U.S. was unique in its difficulty to work with. So I think the big question is, will, when rubber meets the road, will the administration do what needs to be done and figure out how to do it?
I remember when the concept of crypto first arrived in the popular press, and the whole idea was that this was a currency that could restore to the individual his freedom of commerce. I get to buy and sell things without the government controlling me, and I could do it privately. It would restore my privacy as well. And that obviously has never happened. It doesn't seem like it's ever going to happen, and I don't hear anybody say it anymore. And now it just seems like it's kind of another asset scam. Whatever happened to, these are broad brush statements, but whatever happened to the privacy thing?
It's a really good question. And there's a related thing about the technology, right? Payments, remittances, all the things that are not just an investment, but ways that crypto could actually be useful for the world. They happen on longer time scales than investments do, basically. With what social media has become, you see bubbles, grow and pop on a daily to monthly basis. Technology is built out on a decade basis. So, right now, crypto is not quite at a point where it could become an everyday tool of, a quarter of the world or something. The tech isn't there yet, but it's not that far away. And if the industry keeps making progress rather than getting distracted too much by market prices, then, 5-10 years from now, you can imagine a world where all of a sudden it is the case that anyone can have a crypto wallet, a billion people could use it each day, with privacy, with security, fast, cheap, international, all the things that, that was promised and that absolutely are distracted from by the latest meme coins.
You think world governments would allow that? If you actually allowed the world's population to conduct financial transactions without the control of governments, then governments would collapse instantly, wouldn't they?
Well, it's an interesting question. And there are a lot of degrees here about the level of oversight and control that a government have. You look at something like Bitcoin, and the wallets are anonymous, but there is a public ledger of every transfer that happens. So it is possible for governments to have some level of knowledge without having control of it. That being said, not all the governments in the world view this the same. And the United States government over the last 30 years has taken one view towards control of, the not just the United States, frankly, but the world's monetary dealings. And you see, I mean, a different viewpoint, much more authoritarian, but also much more insular in a lot of sort of dictatorships. But half the world doesn't try to have nearly the level of government involvement in day-to-day financial transactions that the United States has.
So the people who built this country built it because they wanted freedom. One word, freedom.
Not
They wanted
quite
freedom.
saying anything punchy enough. Go to 2442, please.
So you were famously identified with a worldview and ideology, maybe even a religion called effective altruism. And the idea was that, as I understand it, that you do the greatest good for the greatest number. You make money in order to help the maximum number of people. And some have pointed out the irony that in the collapse of your company, like 1 million people lost their money. So there were a lot of individuals hurt in an effort that you described as like the greatest good for the greatest number. And I wonder if all of this has made you rethink the precepts of effective altruism.
It hasn't made me rethink the precepts. Obviously, I feel terrible about what happened. It's not at all what I intended.
Right.
And what everyone's intentions are, if you screw up, then the results might be different. People have their money back at the end, but it is 2 excruciating years waiting for it. They got it back dollarized rather than in kind. And certainly all of the good that I've been hoping to do for the world ended up dissipating, or at least most of it did, when the company collapsed.
I guess what I'm saying is, I think it's hard for most people to understand the idea that it's more virtuous or valuable to help people they've never met than it is to help the people right in front of them. In other words, like, it's way more virtuous to help your wife, girlfriend, mother, daughter, brother, college roommate than it is to help like a village in a country you've never visited. I think that's how most people feel intuitively. But you disagree.
I disagree, although there's a caveat to it, which is that, a classic mistake which people make, and I may have made at some points, is with people who you don't know, who are distant from you, thinking you know what they need when you don't. Being paternalistic, kind of condescending. And, there's so many foreign aid type projects that have gone awry and ended up being complete wastes of money because no one knew the people they're giving to, no one knew what their lives were like. And they're just guessing of these people. It's wrong. And, they show up with like a bunch of water pumps to a village that has plenty of water and no food. And all these people shipped in from Harvard to go hand out these water pumps no one wants.
Okay,
and,
so where did we start this section? At 2442. Let's cue that up for the show. I think that'll be interesting. Okay, thank you for that.
Just a quick time warning. It is 8:50.
Thank you.
Yep, give me 2 seconds.
Okay. So we know when to turn on Wi-Fi.
You can turn on now.
All right, guys. You know the drill. While Tom is writing his intro and locked in, chat's going away, which means I'm going away, which means I'll see you guys in about a week. And I hope you guys have a wonderful week and are...
You going to drop that link in?
I don't know what else to say, but have a good day. Catch you on the flippity flip. Oh, we love that Office quote. Bye.
All right, chat. Reminder, we got that hard stop, so we're about to jump into the filming pretty soon. We are setting up the links right now.
This is interesting. It was in Slack about Table Salt posted breaking 26 member states of Europe endorse the EU president's 800 billion to 1 trillion USD defense spending plan. And they said basically a new superpower is being born, like Europe basically coalescing and actually doing their thing. I think that's interesting. Don't know that it'll make the intro, but it certainly might. Did we already pull the Russia sanctions potential? If not, we must drop that in. Okay. One thing we can do to make up some time here is you're already going to pull the section of the Destiny Reacts from the live. And then also, I think we had one other thing on here that we were going to cover that I think we covered well in the live that we can pull from that, which would be Gavin Newsom and Charlie Kirk. I don't think we need to recover that here, but I'll add them to the intro to make sure that you have the setup you need.
Copy. G, for the line cut today, we're gonna use the entire live because there was 2 topics that we talked about in the live that's gonna come into the final episode. Yeah.
So we just have to pull that into the style where we're going out.
Yeah. Yay. Thank you, Eunice.
You're very welcome. Huh? Oh, I will tell him. And I also told him he's a guy to you.
Oh, yes, yes.
Hey, they said you better be funny. Oh, don't belittle yourself like that, sir. Don't do that.
Yeah, Scott, we're locked into episode prep. We're about to go live in like the next 10 minutes. We need to because we have a hard out. But I am just catching up. All right, I just finished the Malice interview. Great stuff. Thanks. Tom was just over there. Is that how you crumble a cookie? Everybody's been hating on crumble cookie lately. I don't know why. I like crumble cookie. South Africa is saying whites go home. Well, South Africa said a lot of things to the blacks.
We need to look into that.
Yeah, that's a deep dive, though. I don't want to be on a conspiracy.
Yeah. I saw a clip of it yesterday, and I was like, fuck, I need to make sure this is actually what they're saying, because it looked like AI lip movement, and I was like, is this just the distance they are from the camera? But we should look into that.
Yeah, there's something.
Like, because if what I heard is true and they are actually going to forcibly take their property, yo,
it's crazy.
Yo. People have run that experiment before. It does not work. Forget the moral implications. It just does not work.
Oh, thanks, M Fox. I'm glad you liked it. Yes, Kit Moon. We did talk about it at the top of the podcast, at the top of the live. We talked about that, and that was a Destiny reaction as well as like.
And remember that the live only stays live until the final cut episode goes live later today. So if you're going to watch it today. Now, the Destiny part, if that's what you're asking about, that will be airlifted out of the live and put into the final cut episode. So you will be able to see that in both places.
All right, you guys. 9 minutes.
Oh, no, it's 9.
Oh, it's 9. All right. Superpower being born. Oh, that. Okay, I got that. Discord links. Thank you guys for contributing to the Discord and telling us what you're thinking about. It helps tremendously. We appreciate you guys. These robo dogs with rockets and machine guns is definitely going to be something. Y'all seen one Black Mirror episode and said, hold my beer. Sheesh. Money's on me for what? What are you guys talking about right now? Hold on. If you're a dog breed, what would you be? A terrier. I don't know why. I never owned a dog growing up, but terrier just seems like majestic. Of the two of you, who would win? Oh yeah, Eunice is definitely gonna beat me because I feel like Eunice will fight dirty. Like I would try to square up, and I feel like she'll do eye poke. She'll throw sand at my eye, stuff like that. True or false? She just popped back in to say. Somebody said who would win in a fight between me and you, and I said you because you would fight dirty. You like eye poke me or like throw sand in my eye. I feel like you're tenacious side bookie.
You're stronger than me.
You see the gains. Fitness challenge, guys. Fitness challenge, guys.
Everybody in this building is stronger than me, including Lisa, and like literally everybody in this building is stronger than me. Like no doubt about it. So I have to go the dirty route.
Eunice just popped into the studio just to let her know. She's like, yes, I'm stronger than you, and I definitely will win. So
That's what I have an older sibling.
you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do. Will you talk with Destiny again? Yeah, I think so. We had him on in November, so it's a little bit soon, but friend of a show for sure. Oh, me and Tom's taller than me. I would be the one fighting dirty now. I would be the eye poking one, throwing sand in his eyes. First term, why did Trump spend like a drunken sailor? Why is he trying to tighten the belt now? Originally, did he not want to spend like that? Did COVID and irrational shutdown require it? COVID is the biggest game of Monday morning quarterbacking. So I can't say that he would not have spent as much if COVID didn't happen, but COVID didn't help the spending problem. But you can watch our interview with Destiny and they talk about that deep. He even reacted to it. Once you start, you don't stop. Money printing is an addiction that the American government loves. I think post-COVID changed a lot of people's perspectives on the world and where we are headed. Oh, absolutely. I think, you know how it's kind of like AD and BC? I think there's like a before COVID and after COVID. I am 5'11", Yeti. And Scott, you are looking for trouble with that comment. Andrew Tate makes a lot of sense. Tom, I need you to focus. We got to record in 5 minutes.
Hard stop at
10. What were the takes? You're just gonna have to go back in the live and watch them really quick. Once we just get all the facts, Brandon. So it's been popping up on my feed intermittently, but I'm trying to see a actual news article, somebody doing a deep dive, and not just follow Elon Musk retweets to really understand what's happening down there. That's true. It's got a lot of kayfabe. I feel like he's the poster boy for male aggression, I think is what I called him earlier. Are you a big WWE guy, Eric? Love wrestling?
I mean, that was a big Attitude Era guy.
Yeah.
Stopped and just recently started watching again the last year or so.
Yeah, they brought The Rock back. They brought Cena back. I'm starting to see they're
He's kind of the baby face they've always needed.
Yeah.
It's The Rock and Stone Cold and all that. And Cena.
Nice.
Cena just turned heel.
Cena went bad. Killer workout. Okay, Oscar, I'm going to read this out on chat. Killer workout, do 100 push-ups. You can stop, but every time you do 10 squats. It's nonstop. And then once I hit 100, I'm done. All right. This is my recovery weekend. I'm sore everywhere. I've been limping around the office. But I will check it out. Shutting off the tap printing press is going to hurt for a while, but it needs to happen. Absolutely, Tech, but the problem is everybody has a different definitions of winners and losers. We can stop money printing tomorrow, but somebody's not going to get their social security check. We can stop the money printing tomorrow, but China might come and bomb us. So it's one of those things that what are we willing to give up in order for our future prosperity than what we want now? Delayed gratification. All right, Lee, I will write that name down. Yeti, that's why you got to finish the push-ups before your legs give out. I think that's the trap. Oh, excuse me, Miggy. I already work out every day, so I'll join. Oh, okay. So that means you're part of the fitness channel. So we're going to see your before and afters too in the Discord. Then if the future never comes, I am no one. I think that's what their whole plan has been. It's been to kick the can and let the next generation deal with it. But honestly, a lot of Americans do their personal budgets that way. They put it on credit card and figure it out next paycheck. And that's something that also should end. So I don't know if it's necessarily an exclusive government problem or maybe it's a mentality of the United States. Our debt ratios will sure look like it's a country problem, though. Scott, you missed the chat where I got radicalized, where literally I found out we collect $5 trillion in taxes in a year. And if we spent $1 million every day, it will take us 13 years to spend that money. Ever since then, I was like, oh, you guys have the money. You just aren't doing the right things with it. Take care. Okie dokie. Oh, yeah. So everybody, a reminder for the fitness challenge. There's a channel in the Discord. We're just doing before and afters, whatever you want it to be. Some people are getting bulky. Some people are getting slim. Some people are getting their summer bodies. Some people are just saying, I haven't worked out in a while and I want to work out again. So you are setting your start goal. You are setting your end goal. And we're just encouraging you and having a bunch of other people on similar journeys. So that's that. Rolo Tomasi, is he still like a thing? Are we still black pilling people? Like, y'all didn't get girlfriends yet from that? I thought he was turning you guys into alpha males. Yeah, Bitcoin Strategic Reserve is definitely on the list, Michael Jensen. And they're just, I like how they worded it, that it's a Bitcoin reserve full stop. And then the other thing is a U.S. stockpile. I also like that we're not printing any new money to get it. So it's only stuff that was seized and captured. I forgot what the other word was. Seized and something. But basically from drug busts, criminals, things like that. We're taking all their AI and we're going to invest it. I messaged Elon Musk about a new word for tweet. I suggested press, like a pun on the word express, express. It also seems to work well as a play on words for the modern day press media. Thoughts? Yes. I guess. Yeti Bandit, inflation is true, but just because you don't have the incentive to save doesn't mean you should spend more than your means, like spend more than you bring in. So I'm not saying that Americans are in debt because they aren't saving. I'm saying that a majority of people spend more than they bring in. Hey, I'm guilty of it too. When I start back working, I'm not paying federal taxes. I had this thing one time when President Trump was first elected and he said he doesn't pay taxes, only stupid people pay taxes. And I was like, oh, okay, my president doesn't say pay taxes. I'm going to start cheating on my taxes. But then I got convicted and I decided to be a good person. And I'm just going to do my duty as an American citizen. These morals, I tell you. All right, Tom, it's 9/11.
Oh, too soon.
He's here all week, ladies and gentlemen. She pressed on X. I get. There's a fitness challenge on channel in the Discord, Mickey. People use the word press for other things. Yeah, I mean it's cool. I get the pun, Laticus. So more power to you. Canadian Ryan wedding, 10 million bounty. What did Ryan do? And why does he have a 10 million bounty on his head? Also, that's a cool name for Ryan wedding. He's on the top 10 most wanted list. Former Olympic skier. That's hilarious. He's now a Canadian drug lord. Maybe we should play our Olympians and they won't become Canadian drug lords. Discord link. Please hold. Nope. Discord link is dropped in YouTube. And if anybody else sees it, share it with a friend.
Okay, you guys have the intro. Eric, don't pull it yet, but you need to start building your checklist.
Okay. Starship explodes. All right, guys, this is the rundown for the episode today. We're talking about AI's potential to cure diseases in the next 10 years, a breakthrough protein that makes long-term space travel possible, Elon Musk's latest Starship launch, Trump threatens Russia with sanctions. I am writing as I'm typing. The EU beefing up their defense budget to aid the Ukraine and marketing Europe as a potential global superpower. The Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, SBF on Tucker, and Ian Karen on Rogan. We could probably take out the Tate on PBD.
Why?
Because I don't feel like we didn't have a long enough segment on it. Oh, you just want to say it? Copy, you want to say it? Got it.
Well, so here's what I want to do with that segment. More than I want to dive into any one of them necessarily specifically, I want to talk about certainly want to talk about Carol on Rogan and Tate on PBD as a free speech issue.
Got it.
So we probably have to separate. It's really just two beats. It's SBF on Tucker, play a clip, and then it's Ian Carroll on Rogan and Tate with you asking a question about, okay, these are extremely controversial figures. Should they be allowed? Like what you were saying in the live, but just bring those two things together. That way we can talk sort of high level about Tate and whether somebody like him should be allowed to speak. We can talk about somebody like Ian Carroll, who I think has a relatively good reputation, but he is certainly trafficking in the world of like deep conspiracy theory, and it's inevitable he's going to be wrong about a lot of that stuff. But should people still be allowed to chase that? And I want to give my free speech argument.
So we want to cover, do you want to have that be asked in the recording, or do you want to pull it from the live?
Because we didn't talk about those two things together, I think we have to talk about it.
Copy.
But by all means, if there's a thing you want to cut to from that to make that section even better, please do. Okay, I'm ready to record.
So I can copy paste? Good?
And yeah, you can copy paste. I do not need to pee, so I'm ready.
Everything is queued up on my side. I'm good to go too.
All right, guys, rolling. Quiet, please. You got headphones out? Yep. Okay, good.
Indeed.
I think we're good on the frame. Yep. Just keep going to get started.
All right, Eric, we have that hard stop at 10, so keep us honest. But you'll be able to add probably 10 to 15 minutes from the live, so the episode will be, I think, just fine.
Mm-hmm.
Rolling on your mark, Tom.
All right, Drew, big energy.
We're here.
Let's do it. All right, we're off to the races. Let's go. As soon as he sets down that mug. All right, here it is. AI to cure all diseases in the next 10 years. One expert would have you believe it. A breakthrough in biology reveals a novel protein that could make long space travel possible, but Elon's latest Starship launch ended in a fiery rain of debris. Trump threatens Russia with sanctions over Ukraine, but the EU comes together promising $800 billion to $1 trillion USD in aid to Ukraine, marking Europe as a potential global superpower on the rise. Bitcoin's strategic reserve is now real. A rogues gallery of guests work the podcast. A rogues gallery of guests worked the podcast circuit this week with SBF on Tucker, Ian Carroll on Rogan, and Tate on PBD. People freaked out, but still tuned in. And as Hollywood faces an AI apocalypse, one writer tries to wake the industry up. The world is still driving in the fast lane, Drew. Tell me about it. What do you see?
I'm just glad we're going to be able to travel in space now, because this anti-radiation treatment is going to be big. But big breakthrough in AI news. And I like that we're taking the scientific approach to it, because we're so used to AI breakthrough, new robot, AI breakthrough, new like LLM. But no, it's like this is what AI is really going to be used for. So starting with it, Google just released Google Scientist. It's still in like early beta. It's not fully available to the public yet. But we had a tweet from Dr. Unatamaz.
Said just like that.
The mind-blowing AI model that led me to the claim below was a demo of Google AI co-science. It's still a work in progress, and I hope to test it in a few weeks, but its potential is already crystal clear, and I believe it to be a truly game changer for scientific progress. And what he claimed 2 days ago was, after what I've seen today related to an AI model that I can't talk about it yet, I can confidently claim that the scientific process will never be the same again. I am now 99% certain that all diseases, including cancer, will be cured within a decade. Exponential advance in AI is real.
This to me is extremely thrilling. To your point, this is a lot like mindset. You develop a mindset so that you can point it at the most difficult problems in your life. You develop AI so that you can point it at the most difficult problems that we are trying to solve in humanity. So much has been made of, do they end up replacing all the humans? Do they become this threat that we have to worry about? And the reality is the reason that it's worth pursuing, despite that there is some level of risk that those things do happen, is that it really is going to allow us to have the kind of innovations that we would otherwise never be able to see. Human biology is so wildly complicated. Like if you've ever seen the Krebs cycle broken down, and that's just what happens in one cell to generate energy, it is insane. It is insanely complicated. And when you see the full thing mapped out, you really begin to understand why biology has stymied us for so long and why it's so hard just to understand like basic facts about what you eat and what the impact is of what you eat. AI, however, can look at a set of data and see things that we don't see. Its ability to pattern recognition over millions, billions, trillions of parameters is absolutely insane. Like there's one thing, we never talked about this because just not enough information is out yet, but a really fascinating thing is AI can look at a human eye completely isolated, like just the iris of the eye. It can tell you if they're male or female, but we don't know how. So we don't know what it's picking up on, but forever has been this thing hiding in plain sight that reveals the gender of something and we just didn't know. But AI was like, oh, by the way, I can tell you that that's male or female. These are the kinds of things, and far deeper, far more profoundly important, the kinds of things that AI will be able to pattern recognize its way to solutions. So first of all, there's a concept in biology that people should familiarize themselves with, which is N of 1. So when you talk about something being an N of 1, you're saying that there's only one of the things like this. So when you're talking about diet, everything is going to be N of 1. So it's actually more important for you to test on your own body how you respond to, like if I eat a bowl of blackberries, I get a very noticeable spike in my glucose. But there's another person here, when they eat a bowl of blackberries, it almost doesn't register. And I'm like, how is that possible? So N of 1, it has to do with your genetic ability to deal with or not deal with, as may be the case, with the glucose in that. And so it's not working its way into the bloodstream. It could be, in their case, being rapidly stored as fat. Or their insulin just may be really efficient at getting it out of the bloodstream. So even before it can accumulate, it's just being pushed into the cells. So, and not to mention microbiome and how much of the glucose is actually able to pull out of the blackberry in this example. So who knows what's actually going on, but that's N of 1. This is why you can't just go, well, so-and-so fitness influencer tells me to do this, and therefore it's going to work. Like I have a massive inflammatory response to sugar. So people that are like, well, if it fits your macros, bro, I can stay lean as hell. But if I eat even like a bunch of strawberries, I can feel it in my hands. Strawberries, man, I'm talking like 3 or 4 strawberries. I will notice the next day in how my hand feels. So N of 1, N of 1, N of 1, and do not listen to people that tell you that that isn't true. That is for sure true. And AI is going to be able to do things in cancer like saying, hey, with your genetic makeup, with the very specific makeup of your cancer and the way that your body is responding to certain treatments, this is exactly what you should do. And I remember Steve Jobs, when he passed away, he said, I'm either going to be one of the last people to die of cancer or one of the first people to survive from these, he didn't call it N of 1, but from these N of 1 tailored treatments that are very specific to me, my type of cancer, the way that my body's responding. And unfortunately, that was many years ago, and we have not seen the rate of progress that we would want to see. But what our man is replying to is that now with AI, that was the missing piece, to be able to read just so much more information about all the very complex ways that things respond, broken down to the N of one individual.
Yeah, and I think the rise of quantum computing is going to help that as well, because it's the maze illustration is what really kind of locked it in for me. Where classic computing, human thought has been, let me go through this maze. Oop, I hit a wall. Let me go back, go through over here, hit a wall. Whereas with quantum computing, there's 6 different legs going out and trying every possibility
Or
all
1 million,
at once.
or 10 million. Yeah, it's crazy.
Or the a quadrillion qubits. Like the number is just endless scaling. So I think going through the iteration process, the scientific method is going to be done instantaneously, versus now it takes 6 weeks to get to a trial and then come back and try it again. So
yeah, call back to our most recent episode. Drew isn't just throwing crazy numbers around. There was a recent breakthrough out of China that showed that when this thing is carried out into a computer, and it's very important to point out with quantum computing, we are not there yet, but they're having these breakthroughs, and their breakthrough showed that when stabilized and actually able to put into a computer, it would be a quadrillion times faster than the current supercomputers. Also following on what you're saying, the method by which computers do the run the maze is a great way to think about it. It's very different. You wouldn't use quantum computing for the same things that you would use a traditional computer for. It's very important to understand. But whenever there's like branching possibilities, and biology being a great example of something where it's like, okay, there are so many complex paths that these things are going to go down, to be able to run a lot of different scenarios. Okay, what if this, what if that, what if this? You start getting into things like protein folding, where now you can guess at all the different ways that a protein could fold, and then all the different, because people talk about these as being lock and key, all the different lock formations and all the different key formations that it could go into, and you can run all of that simultaneously. And that's the big promise of where we go with quantum computing. Again, most people are saying this is probably still 10 years out, but you need the breakthroughs that we're starting to see are actually happening.
Yeah, and then there's actually some biological breakthroughs happening in the real world. So couple those up, and we're off to the running. A protein from tardigrades can now protect human cells from radiation. So tardigrades is like a slug type formation. The creature, we just threw it up on the screen. So
how much do you know about these things?
0%.
Okay, so the thing that got people excited about these from a radiation perspective is they can survive being on the hull of a ship, go out into space, do whatever the vacuum of space, and come back, and they're still fine. And so people were like, what? So that, I think, I don't have the proof of that, but given that that was already on my radar, I have a feeling they specifically sought this out because of the fact that it's proven that it can exist with no protection from radiation whatsoever, and still live, not to mention the obscenely low temperatures.
Yeah,
so pretty fascinating.
They survive by expressing a unique protein, damage suppressor, D-sub, that binds to the DNA, and it physically shields it from radiation-induced breaks. So now they want to pair that D-sub to human cells using mRNA encapsulated in nanoparticles.
We're going to trick people with mRNA. Yeah, that is the bad news.
It's a buzzword, but biologically it's sound. So with that being said, it would then kind of shield us from cancer treatment, radiation. It can, like you said, space travel is also on the timeline. So there's a lot of other things once we can have our cells not be impacted by radiation, that we can do different power sources, different things that humans can then be placed in, and that can.
Will you alter your DNA? Like when that comes online, would you be like, yeah, tardigrade me up?
Yeah. If I have a need for it, yeah, I don't know.
If I'm about to get on that spaceship and head to Mars, yes. Otherwise, probably not.
My mom is a nurse, and she's the most anti-medicine person I ever know, but she works in the health field. She always says, like, there's no easy surgery, there's no simple surgery, there's no non-invasive. Like, every time you're getting cut open, you're exposing yourself. So save it for when you really, really need it. So ever since then, that was me. I was like, if I'm about to die and this is going to save me, I'm not going to be like, no, pray for me. But at the same time, I'm not going to just volunteer like, oh, there's mechanical arms. Let me go arm wrestle real good now. Like, it's just not.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I went to Michael Malice. Shout out to Michael for having me on a show recently. I don't know when it airs, but it was a lot of fun. And he took me out to dinner with him and some of his friends. And a bunch of them have gone to a service to have their DNA altered, which I'm almost certain Michael has talked openly about. If he hasn't, I'll be sure to edit this out. But I was like, okay, I don't know if I will do it, but I won't be an early adopter. So I'm going to need to see a lot of people go through these systems to see if there are any unintended consequences. Because, woo, buddy, altering my DNA certainly makes me very slow to activate that one, because there is no free lunch, man. There's no free lunch. So we'll have to see how this stuff plays out, but it is very exciting. This is a technology that I really want to see mature, between CRISPR, being able to actually go in and edit the words essentially in your DNA so that you can make specific changes. And again, AI being able to handle the complexity of what are all the knock-on effects that thing could have by making that edit. And then things like mRNA technology being able to go and inject itself into a cell. It is thrilling. I mean, this is really exciting, but there's going to need to be some safety testing. I think we learned our lesson from COVID. You don't want to do these things without the safety testing, but this kind of thing gets me absolutely thrilled. And so I would be very sad to see people throw that baby out with the bathwater. Think of it as a technology. We didn't necessarily use it in the right way during COVID, maybe just a little too fast, not looking at the safety implications. But as a technology, the ability to actually go in and edit our cells is going to be incredible. Now, there's a lot of ethical implications, but it's something that has me peak excitement.
Yeah, we shall see. SpaceX did a launch yesterday and unfortunately didn't go as Elon Musk planned. This was a video of debris circling over the Bahamas. And Kyle Kalinske had a spicy take. The complete fraud, Elon Musk had another massive failure, and he demands control of air traffic control for the entire country. This idiot should be in prison. He should return the $38 billion he stole from U.S. taxpayers. I'm just going to put an asterisk. This tweet is giving Trump vibes, and I just wanted to say that's hilarious to me.
That's interesting. So remember, you go far enough in either direction and you just wrap back around on each other.
To the same people.
Yeah. So here's why I hate everything about that tweet. So the reality is that you have a guy that has successfully surpassed the US government in its ability to send things into space. 95% of all the tonnage of things launched into space, and I don't mean by America, I mean globally, 95% of the tonnage is done by one company, SpaceX. So they have actually figured out how to safely do things in space. We right now have astronauts stuck at the International Space Station because Boeing made a space shuttle that everyone just agreed it's not safe enough. We cannot send that back up there to get them. And so Elon is going to be the one that goes and gets them. And so in the face of all that success, like even when you hate somebody, and we're going to, I won't parallel that. Even if you hate somebody, we'll leave it at that. That doesn't mean that they aren't good at something. It doesn't mean that they don't have great ideas. It doesn't mean that we can't all benefit from that. So I'd like to quote Bruce Lee, you take what works, you discard the rest. So if you hate Elon's politics, fine, but trying to make out like the Starship exploding is somehow bad or catastrophic. The reality is this is the physics of progress at work. So you build Starship to the best of your abilities because it's an advancement over the things that he can do reliably. And you try and you see where you fail so that you can get smarter so that you can build it a little bit better. So when they launched this Starship, they knew that there was some relatively high percentage chance that it would experience a rapid, unplanned disassembly, I think is how they refer to it. And so this is a part of that. And so when I see somebody rail against this, these are the people that make kids terrified to fail. Failure is the most information-rich data stream on planet Earth. The way that you get better at something is by doing it, by engaging with it and realize, oh, that way didn't work, but it didn't work for this exact reason. I need to make an edit and then try again. And so when we clown on somebody because we don't like their politics or whatever and say, oh, this is just a moron, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's like, what are you talking about? Nobody in human history, as far as I know, even if you aggregate everything that came before, like the amount that he's sending up now, it certainly is at a pace that dwarfs everything else. He may have even, this is admittedly a guess, but he may have even already outstripped everything that we've put up previously. I mean, his satellites are visible from Earth, man. Like you can watch them go by. People report them as alien craft all the time. That's how many of these things, these massive clusters Starlink has put up using SpaceX. It is which by the way are both his companies. So it's just absolutely insane and is a non-functional way of viewing the world. It gets clicks. And so if you want to like clap for Kyle as somebody who's very good at generating outrage and getting people to comment on his stuff, hey, well played, my man. But if you're trying to figure out how to think through the world in a way that has high predictive validity, he's not your man.
Definitely not your man. You know what else? That's not my dog.
This is my dog. This is crazy.
Technology, we seen this already. Black Mirror already released this. We already know how this ends. I just we keep setting ourselves up with these robots, and I keep telling y'all we gonna find out. But yes, robot dogs with missiles is now a thing. We were already worried about the robot dogs with machine guns. Now he got a 4 missile pack.
Surface to air, man.
That looks like a one of War Machine's wrist gauntlet type.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Dude, this is the future of warfare. Extremely nimble, AI enabled, weapons armed, hot and ready. This, for many people, this is the nightmare. And I think it sounds like you may include yourself in that.
Yep.
For me, this is exactly what you need to do. You are in a dangerous world where people are going to be doing this on the other side. And if you are not able to defend yourself from this, you're in trouble. The days of gigantic stationary weaponry is over. This is such a huge advancement. And I was listening to Karp, I forget his first name, but he said that it is very easy to make a moral argument for there are times where you have to kill the other side. And that is just true, man. And you certainly, at an absolute minimum, have to have the ability to defend yourself against somebody that's trying to kill you. And so this kind of thing for me, even though I share with you the tragedy of the human condition, which is that we fight and kill each other, but knowing that I live in that world, I am going to protect myself. And so seeing the advancements that we're making is really incredible, because America after World War II got to tell itself a really incredible story about our manufacturing might, and how there's the famous line from the Japanese admiral, I forget exactly what his rank was, but he said, "I fear that we have awoken a sleeping giant by bombing Pearl Harbor." And he was right. And we just out-manufactured everybody. And we're not that America anymore. And so when I see somebody like Palmer Luckey, and I think this is actually Chinese, by the way, what we're looking at here. So this is technically what you have to defend against. But when I see somebody like Palmer Luckey who gets it, like this is where we are, I want everybody to wake up to the truth of the world they live in, the truth of where, where weapons are going, and make sure that we are prepared to handle it.
I'm increasingly hoping for the alien invasion, just because I feel like we need to partner with our humans and figure out shared camaraderie again and love each other again.
It's never going to happen. What do you mean again? Define again.
After we all killed the Nazis and everybody agreed that there was one good guy and one bad guy and everybody shook hands.
That's not true. The bad guy thought he was a good guy. This is why the Berlin Wall stayed up for as long as it did. I mean, you want a flashback. And P.S., this is all happening. Mao's China rises up not long after World War II and fucking starves his people to death. Dude, 40 to 45 million people die just in the famine, man-made, by the way. So yeah, people often think because the West had protracted peace and only a Cold War, which was bad enough, but certainly better than a hot war. But Stalin was killing people as fast as he could. Mao was killing people faster than anyone would ever think possible. So America had it great. Europe got rebuilt, had it great. Japan got rebuilt, had it great. But there was more death in the 20th century post World War II than I think in a pure numbers, not as a percentage, but as a pure numbers perspective, I think than any other time in history. That's why when people look at the 20th century and they're like, oh my God, this was amazing. It's like, bro, this is why people like me are freaking out when they hear people embracing socialism, communism. Read about Mao. It is crazy town. It's crazy. It does not go anywhere good. So the idea of, do I wish that humans ran a different algorithm in their brain and that they felt a deep and profound sense of unity? Yes, that would be amazing. But we don't run that algorithm. I mean, that is an algorithm, but always running next to the us algorithm is other algorithm. And so, yeah, the reason that an alien invasion works is you focus all my desire to kill and conquest on an alien, but we're still doing the same thing to them.
Oh yeah, I don't know those aliens.
Welcome to what us versus them looks like, boys and girls.
And well, Donald Trump is doing his best to keep the peace. That was facetious.
I was gonna say that was not a sentence I expected.
Based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now, I am strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions, and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and final settlement agreement on peace is reached. To Russia and Ukraine, get to the table right now before it's too late. Thank you.
I love the thank you at the end with 3 exclamation points.
Yeah,
God
Trump,
bless him.
your keyboard is running out of gas right now, bro. Like you eventually somebody's gonna call his bluff. You're gonna have to kill somebody. And I hate that I'm saying it like that, but you tweeting tough to Hamas, you tweeting tough to Russia, like it's not getting those results. I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about this in the last one. This one doesn't ring that way to me. This one feels like the kind of, this is not the kind of rhetoric that I want to see, but for Trump, okay, at least now we're talking about economic warfare versus the actual escalation of hot warfare. So this one does feel to me like we're negotiating out in public. So Trump is saying the things in public that he needs to say to make sure that Putin knows that, hey, if you're going to become the problem, I just had to do all this bullshit with Zelensky to try to get him to be prepared to make concessions. If you're not willing to make concessions, then I'm going to unleash the double barrel of the economic sanctions. Now, the problem is you have slow-stepped sanctions, you being the U.S. government, not only Trump, but we as the U.S. government has slow-stepped the sanctions on Russia to the point where they've been able to harden themselves against it, to find ways around it. So there's no doubt that we put some hardship on them, and there are experts that believe that their economy only has, call it a year or 2 years left before they're really going to be in dire straits, that they cannot afford to keep this war going. I don't know that that's true, but that's certainly being talked about in serious circles. We'll see. So it's possible that another round, if he's really going to be aggressive, could. But here's what I think would have to be true for these sanctions to be useful. He would have to sanction the purchase of oil and natural gas from Russia, period, full stop. Because the reasons that these sanctions have been so weakened, and by the way, we did an interview with Edward Fishman, who was a former lead at the State Department, actually engaged specifically with Russia.
He was sanctioned by Russia himself.
He literally was sanctioned by Russia. You are correct. And had him on the show talking about, are the tariffs going to work? Are sanctions going to work? And he was saying, like, if you do it, you have to go all the way. And if you don't, then you can put them in a position much like he likened it to antibiotics. If you use an antibiotic but stop before you kill it all the way dead, then the ones that are alive are the ones that are resistant to the antibiotic. And so what we have right now is a Russia that became immune to the antibiotics of the sanctions because the thing that drives their economy is oil and natural gas. And because Europe was like, oh God, we can't stop buying this stuff from them because it would spike our energy costs too much, you would have to find a way either, and if I had to guess, this is what Trump is thinking, between the US and Canada, you're going to be able to, if you end the green policies, you're going to be able to create enough oil and natural gas between just what we can do and then supply that to Europe. Be great for America, be good for Europe to be able to wean themselves off of Russia. And if you can get them to start doing less green policies, what I'll call more sensible policies, because I certainly get the impulse to want to go green, but it's just not there yet from an economic standpoint. Stop weakening yourself by having to subsidize people's energy bills. Just start leaning into nuclear, start leaning into, if they have, I don't know enough about Europe's ability to get oil and natural gas natively, but certainly us being able to export, them leaning into reverting to their policies before that, certainly leaning into nuclear. Okay, so if you do that and then you sanction the life out of Europe and tell any country that wants to buy oil and natural gas from Russia that we're now going to sanction you. So if you're Germany and you're buying oil and natural gas from Russia when you could be buying it from us or Canada, that we're going to sanction the life out of you. If you did that, I'm not saying we should, but I'm saying if we did, then that could conceivably damage Russia's economy so horrifically that they would be forced to come to the table. Now, to your point about Trump has to, your words, shoot somebody, kill somebody, whatever the exact phrase was, doesn't necessarily. And this was one of the things that Edward Fishman goes into is if you do economic sanctions or economic warfare well enough, you can topple a government without firing a single shot. So it is possible that this one would actually work. So while it's, more big talk from Trump, if what I laid out is actually what he has in mind, it could work. So we'll see.
We'll see. EU on the other hand is beefing up their defense spending, committing to $800 billion to $1 trillion US dollars. Those are US dollar sums in defense spending to make a new global superpower. I want to say a European joint.
And this is why
and this is the EU president committing to it right now.
Activate the national escape clause of the Stability and Growth Pact. This would allow member states to significantly increase their defense expenditures without triggering the excessive deficit procedure. So if member states would increase their defense spending by 1.5% of GDP on average, this could create fiscal space of close to 650 billion euros over a period of 4 years. The second proposal will be a new instrument. It will provide 150 billion euros of loans to member states for defense investment. This is about basically spending better and spending together. And we're talking about pan-European capabilities domains like, for example, air and missile defense, the artillery systems, missiles and ammunition, drones and anti-drone systems, but also to address other needs from cyber to military mobility, for example. This will help member states to pool demand and to buy together. And of course, with this equipment, member states can massively step up their support to Ukraine. So immediate military equipment for Ukraine.
Okay, this makes a lot of sense to me. It is a fascinating consequence of the way that Trump has been behaving on the world stage, that what you're seeing is Europe come together in a way that, quite frankly, they ought to be. Now, I would love to see Europe coming together in a way that aligns with America. I don't love that this is being born out of them feeling like Trump is fickle, but at least they are coming together. There is a very compelling argument to be made. Jeffrey Sachs would hate it, but there's a very compelling argument to be made that Russia really does need to worry about, Europe needs to worry very much about a territorially aggressive Russia, that they will be pushing into traditionally Soviet era areas and trying to reunify them. Everybody's got their eyes on Poland. I think that the right way to look at that is, look, if they've struggled this hard with getting into Ukraine, the odds of them being able to steamroll Poland are very low. But at some point, you have to draw the line in the sand. And it seems like that's what Europe is leaning towards, that the line in the sand is Ukraine. And if America's backing out, then forget it. We're going to engage. We're going to come together. We're going to offer this funding in order to make sure that the Ukrainians can continue this fight, because we absolutely cannot concede to somebody that's trying to push their will, violating the world order that you were referring to earlier as this peacetime, where we just, in the West, said, you don't get to do territorial acquisitions just because you're stronger, that all of us are going to push back on you. Now that I would love to see. I would love to see people saying, yeah, we don't do the violent overthrowing of a nation just because we can. That is definitely a world that I want to continue to live in, where people do not do that. But it does become a question of at what price. And you get into the realities have to be faced. And this is a debate that really needs to rage on and should not be shut down from a First Amendment standpoint. You need the debate of who's right about why Russia invaded Ukraine. Is he imperialist and he has territory acquisition dreams that are just part of this national identity and this belief that we're stronger and we need to reunify the former USSR? Or was this entirely based on provocations of the West constantly moving NATO closer and closer to their borders. Because remember, NATO was put together to keep Russia in check. And so Russia's like, hey, remember the Cuban Missile Crisis? That was you guys having a beef with Russia bringing nuclear capabilities to your doorstep. You didn't like that, so much so that we only narrowly avoided nuclear war. But I'm supposed to just sit here as you keep making more and more countries closer and closer to my borders, members of NATO. Like if Ukraine became part of NATO, we literally have a border now with a NATO country. We're not going to stand for that. There has to be some sort of buffer zone. That debate needs to rage. I'm not saying I know the answer. I'm just saying that debate needs to rage. Like we need to let people pull out as much information as possible, come up with as many testable hypotheses as possible so we can really begin to zoom in on what this is. But no matter what it is, Europe being able to protect itself, Europe allocating their own dollars to being able to protect themselves, Europe just being together in lockstep is going to be by far the greatest way for Russia to have whatever tendencies they have kept in check. Now, it does bring questions back to, are we now going into a tripolar world where you've got the US with its sphere of influence, you've got China with its sphere of influence, and now is Europe going to be forced into playing the hand of, I guess we now have our sphere of influence? It might. And I don't have a strong take yet on whether that's a good or a bad thing. But I do know that the US playing World Cup did not have only positive consequences. So it might, don't feel strongly yet, it might be better.
I would just love for them to clean up their own backyard and leave us out of it. So I'm glad that they're taking steps to do that. It's cool to make a budget, though, and it's cool to form coalitions, but everybody thinks they're going to win until they're actually in the war. And push come to shove, if we still have to go and then bail them out, then they just spent a whole bunch of money for us to do the same thing that we could have done from day one. So we'll see how it plays out, but it's an interesting worst case scenario there as well.
Why do you say worst case scenario?
Because they're spending all this money, and then if it turns out to be moot and not enough, and they don't have the capabilities for war.
Well, it won't
just
be
because you spend a lot of money doesn't mean you're like going to win a war.
meaning that they might still lose.
Yeah.
For sure. But if you throw $1 trillion, even mildly intelligently, that's another $1 trillion that Russia has to fight through. So you will, at a minimum, weaken them from a manpower standpoint. You will weaken them from an economic standpoint. And if you get the 1-2 punch of Europe comes together, spends $1 trillion helping Ukraine fight, and the US looks at that and goes, hell no, and puts all these crazy sanctions on Russia. And remember, many of those sanctions will look like us punishing European nations and other countries for buying their natural gas and oil. If you do all of that together, then if you meaningfully disrupt Russia's sales of oil and natural gas, they're really in trouble, like really, really in trouble. So I don't think they would be able to survive that war. I think that really would, if America is prepared to make good on that, I think that would bring a pretty hasty end to the war.
Copy. And in other political news, President Trump officially signed the executive order to establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve. David Sack put out this tweet as the announcement. Just a few minutes ago, President Trump signed an executive order to establish a Bitcoin strategic reserve. The reserve will be capitalized with Bitcoin owned by the federal government that was forfeited as a part of criminal or civil asset forfeiture proceedings. This means it will not cost taxpayers a dime. I know you're excited about that part.
Yeah, buddy.
It is estimated that U.S. government owns about 200,000 Bitcoin. However, there has never been a complete audit. The EO directs a full accounting of the federal government's digital asset holdings. The U.S. will not sell any Bitcoin deposited into the reserve. It will be kept as a store of value. The reserve is like a digital Fort Knox for the cryptocurrency, often called digital gold. Premature sales of Bitcoin have already cost taxpayers over $17 billion in lost value. Oof. Now the federal government will have a strategy to maximize the value of its holdings. To get to that 17, he brought up an example of how we sold off around 300 million of Bitcoin that we forfeited from civil and criminal proceedings. And if we would have held on to that, it would have ballooned up to $17 billion.
Yeah. Wow.
Your thoughts on the strategic Bitcoin reserve?
Yeah, I mean, look, because we didn't spend money to buy it, we just already have it. And now we're just saying we're not going to foolishly sell it. That I like. Obviously, as a holder of Bitcoin, I love it because it just further shows the credibility that this asset has been able to build up. I think you would be very hard pressed when the most successful government, the largest economy for the most part, has backed it and said, okay, this is a real store of value, and we see enough upside future potential that we think it is an absolute mistake to sell this stuff off. That sends a very clear signal to, if nobody else, to a kid right now that's 12 years old and they just live in a world where, oh, I just hear in the background, this thing matters. I see it as a ticker on, when my parents are watching the news. So they're just growing up in a world where we now have a strategic reserve of Bitcoin. We now have Bitcoin tickers that pay attention to the price. It will become a part of what news shows talk about. So it will just be the thing. It will be the water that kids grow up in. And so given my whole thesis about Bitcoin is that tomorrow will be more digital than today, and therefore that is going to continue to increase in value. This is a pretty big moment for that. And there's a reason why people have wanted it. Now, the reason I don't want the government necessarily spending money on it, I leave myself a bit of an out because there are certainly scenarios that I could paint where I'd be like, even though I think this is gambling, it's a reasonable way to gamble, but that would take a very specific set of things to be true. But for the most part, I don't want to see the government spending money to buy assets. I want to see them leveraging assets that we already have. So whether that's oil and natural gas, whether that's timber, whether that's Bitcoin that we've already seized, things like that, yay. But yeah, going out and acquiring assets is where I get a little bit less sure. If we can get shares from TikTok by getting the deal done, that one really lands smack dab in that gray area for me where I'm like, do I want the government getting involved in that and negotiating like that? I don't know. I don't know is the honest answer.
Only time will tell. Now, hitting the podcast circuit, Sam Bankman-Fried was on with Tucker Carlson, and this moment kind of stood out to you. I'm going to play the clip, and then we'll talk about it.
So you were famously identified with a worldview and ideology, maybe even a religion called effective altruism. And the idea was that, as I understand it, that you do the greatest good for the greatest number. You make money in order to help the maximum number of people. And some have pointed out the irony that in the collapse of your company, like 1 million people lost their money. So there were a lot of individuals hurt in an effort that you described as like the greatest good for the greatest number. And I wonder if all of this has made you rethink the precepts of effective altruism.
It hasn't made me rethink the precepts. Obviously, I feel terrible about what happened. It's not at all what I intended. Right. And whatever one's intentions are, if you screw up, then the results might be different.
Pause it for a second.
People have their money back at the end.
Okay, so judge things by the fruit that they bear. That sums up my whole thing about, if you want to know whether you did something right or wrong, you need only look at, assuming you have an honorable goal. Mm-hmm. Okay, you have an honorable goal. Did the things you do get you to that honorable goal? Yes or no? If yes, great, you did the right thing. If no, then you did not do the right thing. This obviously does not work if your goal is fundamentally grotesque. But so assuming that you have an honorable goal. So if effective altruism in reality does not bear the fruit that it should on paper, like communism, like socialism, then you've got to say, this just doesn't fucking work. Now, this situation is very complicated. Drugs were involved, hubris was involved, yada, yada. But that's the reality of the human condition. And so expecting people to make honorable decisions when they only think the final outcome matters, forgetting that they can't control the final outcome, you get problems. And so to me, this is what I hear him saying is, well, but on paper, it's still awesome. There are a lot of things that on paper are awesome, but all of us, myself very much included, have got to look at, well, but in practice, is it awesome? And this, needless to say, was not awesome in practice.
Point blank, period. We have time for one more. I'm going to jump down to the Hollywood stuff because
let's race through two things real fast. So one, just on the podcast circuit, one thing that I found very interesting was Tucker having on, or sorry, not Tucker. We just covered that. You had PBD that had on Andrew Tate, and you had Ian Carroll on Rogan. Ian Carroll is known for just being way, way deep in conspiracy theories. And one question you'd asked me before is, should somebody like that who's popping off about things that they can't prove, should they be able to talk? Same idea with Tate. Some people think that he's an absolute criminal that should be locked away and never heard from again. Should he be allowed to talk? For me, this is a First Amendment question. And 1000%, I believe people should be able to talk. Even if they're lying, I think people should be able to talk. Why? Because I don't want anyone to get to control who they think is lying or is telling the truth. That is an absolute nightmare. The only way for us to navigate intelligently is to let people argue ideas, no matter how outside the realm of acceptable discourse you think it is. People should be able to put their ideas forward and let them be debated. Now, I'm all within the confines of what the Supreme Court has ruled on, but First Amendment all day. Let people talk. The second you find yourself with the impulse to tell people to shut up and sit down, you're the problem. Ipso facto. That's all I have to say about that.
Ipso facto. All right, and last but not least, Nick Terry, who's a manager and producer out in LA, has tweeted this, and it kind of brings up our AI debate that we have a lot of times. The TV writer career path, as we know it, is over. Shorter rooms, fewer episodes, long gaps between seasons, if they come back at all. If you're still waiting for the industry to bounce back to normal, it's time to pivot. Some key takeaways from this piece. IndieWire released a piece about the death of the TV industry from a writer's perspective. Staffing is no longer a sustainable career. Mini rooms are now the norm, not the exception. The ladder to showrunner broken. Residuals are shrinking or gone. Even big hits are getting canceled early. So what now? Writers need to stop thinking like employees and start thinking like entrepreneurs. Create IP, write across mediums, build something you own, something that doesn't rely on a singer streamer's green light. The future is global, independent, and multi-platform. Be nimble, build your brand, tell great stories everywhere you can. If you're not already thinking this way, start today. This is the new normal. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, that's just facts. So this idea of most people in the world of AI are going to have to start thinking like an entrepreneur, because you're going to be able to create so much with your own hands that fewer and fewer people will aggregate into larger companies. There is going to be a huge portion of humanity that just starts making their own thing, whether that's building a company and only need a small handful of people, or whether, like me, I can clearly envision a world in which at Impact Theory, we pick a creator and we say, cool, this is your budget, go tell this entire feature-length story. Or, hey, here's your budget, go build an entire video game by yourself. And then, of course, if we can do that as a company, then you're going to have a gaggle of people that are like, well, why would I go to Impact Theory and ask for a budget? Let me just do this my own self, capture all the economics. And so I even can imagine a world where I actively, as the owner of Impact Theory, am building these things myself. Or the thing that we're doing right now is making sure the game that we're building, Project Kaizen, is created in such a way where other creators can come and build inside of our game and monetize inside of our game. And if you don't create an opportunity for those creative minds to act like an entrepreneur within your container, you're going to be made irrelevant. Those are going to be the only things that move forward. And so we're in this sort of weird period as the streamers, I think, are going to start to die down. That what you're going to get is something way more like YouTube, where they may say, hey, we aggregate all of these cool things. We have an awesome algorithm that makes it easy for you to find these things. But ultimately, a lot of what's on Netflix or insert your platform here is created by the community. And we didn't have any influence over the creation because people are able to make this stuff so rapidly for so little money. And as long as they have a monetization path for that person based on the subscribers, now you can scale content effectively infinitely, and everything more or less becomes like YouTube. That's the future.
It's crazy. Everybody thought we were going to become more like Netflix. Everybody's becoming more like YouTube.
Facts.
Crazy.
This is what it is when you can create that rapidly. All right, everybody, if you have not already, be sure to subscribe and make sure you're joining us for the lives Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 a.m. If you want to shape the show, that is your chance. All right, until next time, my friends, be legendary. Take care. Peace.
All right.
Only 2 minutes later, we got you.
Yes, I do. Let me find it. We are still live.
Peace out, chat. We love you.
XOXO, guys. See y'all.